we pollute, we destroy.
Oh, Mother Nature, our benefactor, our savior, so beautiful, so generous. Alas, no longer do we live in a linear way, extracting, producing, discarding, day by day. Instead, we embrace a circular design where resources are reserved, recycled, refined. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the way to go. Welcome to the 21st century, an era of innovation, creativity, critical thinking, the master key, locking societal problems in a world of no return. Where sweet. From the first step, before we produced it, we the creators, we think and rethink it all, designing products that won't make our planet fall, dirty and friendly. We choose materials wisely with care, creating goods that are built to repair. It's a new generation. Uniqueness defines this nation. Throwing things away is outdated. In a circular world, what you call useless is useful.
Recycling then takes place.
Recycling then takes place. Transforming waste into new possibilities. Breathing new life into objects. Extending their space from old to new. They are given purpose once more.
For let us embrace a circular way. Together we can create a new world, admired by everyone. Beautiful, magnificent, continuing production in a sustainable or environmentally friendly way. Minimizes the waste, reusable, repair, remanufacture. A circular economy, a vision so grand.
A vision so grand.
Where resources are cherished hand in hand. For this we find harmony and grace, preserving our planet, to living in a better place.
No more landfills overflowing with waste. Now, a system where resources are embraced. Where one man is trash becomes another's treasure. We value every item, no matter the measure.
Waste management has become the thing of the past.
The thing of the past.
As the concept of waste windows at long last.
At long last. We reduce, we reuse, we repair, and mend. Creating a world that can infinitely transcend.
From production to consumption, let's make a change. Designing for longevity.
No more things are strange.
Materials fall in a loop, endlessly renewed for the health of our planet and the generations to come.
Isn't this the way to go? Where are people out there? Where are people out there? Let us embrace a circular economy. Let us embrace a circular economy. This brings our value in form of energy, labor and material. As the saying goes, waste not, want not.
I think they deserve a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good.
I wonder if someone was picked up randomly, they would be able to articulate climate change that clearly. I wonder, me inclusive. Up next, without wasting any time, we shall have our opening remarks from Einstein Rising's Brian Mangeni. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Because of time, I'd like to thank you all, first of all, for being here with us to celebrate the third Kampala Impact Day. Today's theme, in the spirit of today's theme, wars are being fought all over the world. Wars, Palestine, Israel, Ukraine, Russia. But according to us, the biggest war that we should be focusing on is the war against climate change. And it's such a pity that very little attention is being paid to it. Today, what we would like to do in this room is be able to have conversations, listen to entrepreneurs pitching, listen to different presentations that all reflect the role that building sustainable social enterprises can play in the fight against climate change. We do hope that everyone in this room is able to pick something from it. To the entrepreneurs, thank you for being here. Thank you for being brave enough to tackle challenges that everyone else is afraid to tackle and being able to make money from it, create jobs. To the investors in the room, thank you for having the faith to invest in different businesses and enabling them to achieve their dreams and impact their communities and the environment that we live in. To the development partners, thank you for always including climate change as one of the factors that you tackle in your programs. We only pray that you embrace working through private sector much more. To the policymakers who might be in the room, thank you for being in your positions, but we hope that the policies of this country can also reflect the need for the fight of climate change to be prioritized. I do hope that all of you will be able to pick something positive from this today. Just to introduce, for those who don't know us, Einstein Rising is an early stage social enterprise incubator, and OVO is a scale-up accelerator for sustainable enterprises. And we have built an Eurovo pipeline supported by the EU, where we are supporting businesses right from their startup up to when they can raise equity investments. And in that regard, I would like to pass on a big thank you note to the European Union for being our main sponsors for this, to ITC, Youth Startup Academy, Enable, Equity Bank, and Otis Capital for being our main sponsors for this event. I hope that each and every one of us leaves this place better than how they came, and I will not take up so much time. Just let me say once again, welcome to Kampala Impact Day 2023.
Hi, everybody. The Muzungu talk, a quick one. So, yes, it's a special time for me because after 5 years of coming as a coordinator, I'm a tourist today, but still doing the speech. Although to be introduced very quickly in the to the general group. We are mostly volunteers in Belgium, most of them gray hair just before or after retiring. And we just want to give back something to Africa by coaching entrepreneurship in Africa. So today we are a mission of 27. 27 are here the whole week, and we have been working with 10 enterprises, just coaching them to sharpen up their pitch and to evaluate the possibility to give them a loan. So may I thank all of the Belgians who paid their own ticket to come here just to coach and give something back to Africa. That's what OVO is about. Thanks a lot to them. Okay, so more than that about OVO, I don't think we need to do. I will thank Einstein Rising, Brian, but his whole team to organize this locally, to be our representatives, organizers of the day, but boots on the ground the rest of the year. And that's a very, very, very strong mandate. And I enjoy working with all the very young staff at Einstein Rising, and I see them growing day by day inside the organization. So congrats to all of the team, right? And so, yes. Let me now introduce Mr. Ambassador Hugues, which is, he just arrived in Kampala. He's covering the OVO activity, the IROVO activities, and I hope he will be a strong sponsor for the future of our activities, but I let him give us the opening speech of this Kampala Impact Day. Hugues, Mr. Chantry, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Please allow me first to recognize in our room the representative of OVO, Ondernemer voor Ondernemer, and Einstein Rising, but also the European Union, because as you may know, Belgium is not only a member of the European Union, but also one of the 6 founding fathers of the European Union. And it's always a pleasure to participate in events sponsored by the EU. Well, I am really happy to stand here in front of you today at the 3rd edition of the Kampala Impact Day organized by OVO and Einstein Rising. Once again, they bring together Belgian and Ugandan business people, not only to boost individual companies, but also to support the development of a thriving private sector in Uganda. Thierry actually has already hinted it, but OVO comes here with a number of seasoned entrepreneurs and knowledgeable students, and I was glad to meet them at lunchtime. And all are volunteers ready to share with Ugandan enterprises their expertise and their understanding of doing business and setting up a company. And in these tasks, they team up with a perfect partner, Einstein Rising. This is, as Brian already said, it's a Ugandan full-service social enterprise builder with already 7 years of experience with the business community here in Uganda. And these both, under the common acronym of IROVO, they pursue a common goal, stimulating entrepreneurship with a strong social and economic footprint, which is so key for the evolution of the whole society. Ladies and gentlemen, an ambassador, as you may know, is a public servant. And you could think that my preoccupations are far away of those of the private sector. But nothing can be less true. I've been sent to Kampala, of course, to defend the interests of Belgium by entertaining the best possible relations with Uganda. And it is in the best interest of Belgium that the Ugandan economy succeeds. We not only need a stable and secure country in the region, but we also need markets and opportunities for our own enterprises. Therefore, it's no secret that one of my main endeavors will be to find ways to strengthen the economic ties between our countries, and the philosophy and approach of the Kampala Impact Day perfectly match with this endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kampala Impact Day's philosophy also nicely aligns with Belgium's approach in its renewed development intervention in Uganda. Belgium aims at developing young men and women into active, economically independent citizens, among others, by leading them into decent employment or into entrepreneurship opportunities. Especially, the latter coincides with what Kampala Impact Day is all about, as our focus on supporting entrepreneurship has actually recently been added to our development portfolio implemented by our development agency, Enable. Enable is also one of the sponsor of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elaborate a little bit on some of Enable activities in this regard. Under the We Work intervention, business support schemes are provided to different types of enterprises. SMEs with growth potential, innovative startups and scales-up in green solutions, and micro-businesses in livelihood support. Enable will also be fostering the green and circular economy entrepreneurship ecosystem, among others by supporting business development service providers and the Secretariat of Startup Uganda. And parallel to its bilateral programs implemented by Enable, Belgium also assists the private sector in Uganda through other channels. For example, through the Belgian Investment Company for Developing Countries, shortly BIO. And BIO provides large investments and often does so through intermediaries and is thus not always noticed in Uganda. However, it reaches a significant number of companies, especially in renewable energy. Another channel is the Business Partnership Facility that proposes grants to companies contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals in developing countries. The thematic focus areas for this program are climate, environment and biodiversity, gender and female entrepreneurship, and decent work and social protection. Already 3 Ugandan companies have been awarded a grant under this project. It is Turaco Valley Foods, Imani Academy, and World of Bees. And of course, I should mention also OVO, to which I already referred earlier on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to today and the Kampala Impact Day. Its theme is scaling climate action through impact investing and blended finance. As we all know that access to finance in Uganda is not always easy, and that the cost of money here is high, I strongly believe that OVO's involvement in the local private sector can help to overcome these kind of business obstacles. At the same time, solid natural resources, a unique position as regional trade hub, and a fast-growing international market is what Uganda can bring to the table to incentivize business. Uganda definitely has a potential for sustainable and durable growth. For example, let's take the government's desire to add value to raw materials and commodities before exporting these goods and products. No doubt, there are opportunities in this regard for Ugandan investors and business people while upholding to a climate-friendly spirit. However, we should not forget that Uganda's private sector and its entrepreneurial mindset can only flourish when conditions are met. A very important one being a well-educated labor force. By 2050, actually it's tomorrow, Uganda's population will count 100 million people. Not all of them will eventually become entrepreneurs, but all of them will be looking for a job and will only find retributive and decent jobs if they are well equipped with the right skills. For this reason, we keep on urging the Ugandan authorities to substantially invest in education and skills training, and to even increase its budget for these sectors in the future. Sure, as everywhere in the world, the government can do its part and certainly can do more. But I am convinced that it is the private sector that is in the best position to absorb the bulk of this increasing labor supply. For this, Uganda needs viable companies and businesses. And I am quite confident that some of these companies will have started their journey to success here at the Kampala Impact Day, or will have managed to sprout with the support of OVO, Einstein Rising, and their partners and sponsors. To conclude, I wish all the entrepreneurs gathered here at I wish them the best success in their endeavors. May your dreams of success become true. I thank you very much for your attention.
A louder hand of applause, please. Yeah, and up next, I'm going to sing a beautiful song, and I expect you to join me. The children are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala. Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Okubira engalo oluyimba lunyumire.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Munyogere engalo abakyala n'abaami.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Bebaluabo.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Luluwalala okuyimba simere.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Bebaluabo.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Ebiri oluyimba n'engoma. Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Bebaluabo.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
Bebaluabo.
Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala. Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala. Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala. Bebaffe kale zivuge na bulagala.
jajatuke jajatuke omulungi gwesinga okwagala jajatuke
Mama nyabo. Yatuke mama nyabo. Mama nyabo. Yatuke 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 mama nyabo.
A bigger round of applause to appreciate Imani Academy. Such vibrance, such promise of tomorrow, such our future. We thank you, our little ones. I don't know if I can do what they did a bit, but yeah, thank you so much. We'll invite the we'll invite someone from OVO to invite the ambassador, or he could just come and present. a hand clap as he comes up.
Good afternoon. Just to correct you, I am not the ambassador. I do represent the Belgian embassy, though. And I can definitely not do what they did. Anyway, I would like to hand over a small gift for the dancers and the performers of Imani Academy. And although I'm representing the Belgian embassy, this is a gift from private individuals from Belgium who truly appreciate what you are doing. Thank you very much.
I think a photograph is appropriate at this point. Yes, up next we shall hear from our very wonderful sponsors. You can leave. Our wonderful sponsors, the EU and YSAU. Oh, yes.
Under the theme, mobilizing quality investments and enhancing trade between Uganda and the European Union.
Save the date for the next Uganda EU Business Forum happening from the 5th to 7th March 2024 at the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sanne Willems and I work for the European Union delegation here in Kampala. This video was shown for a specific reason. As you saw, it's the announcement of the next Uganda European Union Business Forum, which we are currently organizing to take place in March next year. We announced it this morning already, but if you would like to have more information on this forum taking place, as said, in Kampala, please visit the Sustainable Business for Uganda booth, where there's more information on this forum. We would very much welcome all of you to be present there and basically continue what has been started during this event and the three predecessors of it. So looking forward to see all of you there. Coming back to today, this morning, for the ones who were there this morning, heard a lot about the European Union and its support to trade and investment and private sector. More on a higher level, the EU is actually very committed to tackle climate action and vulnerability in the whole world, including in Uganda. Therefore, I would like to highlight three of the specific activities that we're implementing in Uganda, tackling climate action. Some of you might have seen people on the panel or speakers upstairs already, but there's three specific initiatives that are also represented here on the side. I will just mention them shortly, but please visit the booths to ask for more detailed information on that. The first one is the Uganda Green Enterprise Financing Accelerator, UGEFA. Some of you might have heard a presentation from them this morning. This facility has selected and supported already 200 green enterprises in 5 different sectors: green manufacturing, clean energy, urban waste management, sustainable tourism, and sustainable mobility. We actually heard a very concrete, sharp example of one of the businesses supported under this initiative. What we have done under this facility is basically preparing the businesses to be ready for financing of local private banks. At the moment, we are partnering them with the 5 or 6 banks that have been selected, but are also being trained to be able to deal with this sector. As we also heard this morning, the banks, of course, don't like to take too many risks and like to be covering this risk. The companies like to get access to finance, but not always complying with the needs for a bank to be able. So we're matching those two needs and training them in the whole process, as well as providing finance, of course. A second example that I would like to mention today is ABI, which is the Agricultural Business Initiative. They have 2 arms, a development arm and a financial arm. Since mid last year, we're only financing initiatives that are climate friendly. So this initiative is climate-friendly projects as well as credit lines, which are provided under ABI. And furthermore, they are a front runner in defining their own taxonomy on what is green financing, what is green companies. There's, of course, a lot of discussion. What is green is what is not. It's not the color of your chair. It's not the color of my trousers. There is a whole system behind it, and they are one of the first ones developing their own taxonomy for this business. As a final example, the third one, I would like to mention the support to agricultural revitalization and transformation, the START initiative, phase number 2, also represented here. Together with UNCDF, colleagues who are implementing the program, we have developed targets for projects that only have a positive impact or of substantially reducing a negative impact on the environment. Therefore, please talk to them if you would like to have more information on the START facility present here as well. With this in mind, I would like to ask for all of your support in tackling the climate issues through private sector financing. Thank you very much.
Yes, up next, someone from the Young Startup Academy. Put your hands together for Donna, please.
Uganda is one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world. The rate at which we start companies is completely stellar. However, we also see that a lot of our companies never live to see their first birthday. And this presents a major problem in this country, where we're seeing a lot of companies starting but dying very quickly. On the other hand, we see a high rate of youth unemployment, which means that there's a need for us to create jobs much faster. And this really is why it's boost entrepreneurship within the country, but at the same time lead to job creation.
Some of the partners we're working with in the YSAU are Korea SMEs, who are the actual funders of this program. And then we have ITC. ITC is the international implementing partner for this program, the YSAU program, while NITAU is the government implementing partner for the program. And then Hive ourselves, we are the local implementing partner. So we are a consortium of about 4 partners who are driving the Youth Startup Academy Uganda.
Since the launch of the Youth Startup Academy, 8 milestones that have been achieved, we have supported close to 700 entrepreneurs from across the country. These are young, ambitious people. We provide them with linkages to investors, a well-equipped facility that includes a makerspace, that includes co-working space. We provide them access to market through local, regional, and international exhibitions to help them refine and to build a sustainable business that will have a lasting impact.
One of the most exciting loan-like companies. And so every investment deal that is closed is a great testament to the incredible work that is happening here at the Youth Startup Academy. Every memorandum of understanding or potential partnership that is signed by our alumni companies is a testament to the fruits, perhaps, of what is being done here at YSA.
Going into business, you may think that, I'm okay, I have an idea, it's great, people are going to buy it, but there's so much that goes into running a business. And I think for me, that is one thing that YSAU gave me, a community of people who've experienced and done it all, willing to hold my hand and, just giving me the much needed guidance and information that, a young startup founder needs to have.
This came at a time when we were really conceptualizing, what our value offering means, and the tailored hands-on support from the YSA program actually helped us accelerate our growth.
The program has helped Hive grow. It has also improved Hive's visibility within the community or within the ecosystem, because now Hive is not only seen as an incubation or a co-working space, but we are seen beyond that. We are offering mentorship, we are offering acceleration, and we have actually grown to more acceleration programs based on our current incubation program of the YSAU.
Through support from the Youth Startup Academy Uganda, our entrepreneurs have been able to raise investment. Over $200,000 in investment has been raised. One of our alumni, Yunga Technologies, was able to raise investment from a Korean VC. We've seen a great number of jobs that have been created, over 200 jobs created by VC. We've seen a great number of jobs that have been created, over 200 jobs created because of the entrepreneurs that we have supported.
And what is exciting is that close to 50% of the jobs being created by our companies are actually going to women. So we see that there's a lot of gender inclusivity coming as a result of this program as well.
Another one of our alumni, Kara, is in the process of raising investment from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and this has happened through the Youth Startup Academy Uganda at GITEX Africa.
This was the biggest technology event on the African continent, and we took 10 of our top-notch companies to Morocco to not only exhibit, but also to pitch and engage with investors. And it was indeed a very fruitful trip.
10 of our startups actually did pitch on the international platform, and yeah, some of them did receive. We have about 4 of them who did receive actual investment from this GITEX.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. Now I believe that it takes a global village to raise a global company. And so the support from the Korean government through the COSME making YSA Uganda possible is one that is tremendously commendable. But also we want to thank the implementing partners in Uganda, the likes of Hive Collab and NITA Uganda, who have been a very integral aspect of the success of YSA Uganda. And of course, not forgetting the International Trade Center that I represent. I think all these partners and a lot of our ecosystem players have been integral in ensuring that we continue to grow and build a thriving ecosystem where Ugandan companies can launch to the rest of the world and do big things and make us proud.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I will not say so much because the video has said it all. I mean, I think it's about 6 minutes, so it said everything. It summarized for me my speech. But just to let you know that the Youth Startup Academy Uganda, it's a replica of the original Youth Startup Academy, which is originally from South Korea. And it is now grown into other countries. And in Africa, the Youth Startup Academy is the first one of its own in Uganda. Uganda happened to be the first one to host it on the African continent. And it's soon going to spread to other parts of the country, the continent as well. The academy basically aims to train startups or businesses or enterprises with an aim of creating a unicorn at the end of the day. I don't know if anybody in here knows what a unicorn is. Anyone? Okay. Yes, Thierry? Yeah, it's a $1 billion company. Yeah, so it aims to create a unicorn And so far, we have an aim of training 1,000 startups. And so far, we have trained up to about 750. And all these are part of our academy, and they're still growing with us. We have so far held 3 cohorts and going into our final cohort, which is the 4th cohort. And this project is being implemented together with other partners. That is ITC. I would love my partner, Rob, over there to just say hi. Rob from ITC. And that's our rep from ITC. And of course, we have NITA Uganda, that's the government implementing partner, and ourselves, Hive Collab. So allow me to say that we were privileged to partner with Einstein Rising on their cause when they're trying to, to solve for climate change. Since our academy takes on all different sectors, we are sector agnostic. The environment or the sector that's catering for climate change is one of the sectors that we do have in our academy. So I do appreciate and thank all our startups over there who are exhibiting today and are solving towards climate change. Thank you so much, Einstein Rising. Thank you, overall investors, and thank you for everybody who is here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donna, our very capable partner from YSAU. Up next, we have a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, with Derek Mugisha, who will be moderating this panel. Derek Mugisha from Biodiversity Hub International.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Derek Mugisha. I'm from Biodiversity Hub International. It's an NGO registered in Uganda, but it works globally. We work in over 40 countries, and our aim is to protect the threatened species that you've seen in Uganda. We have a lot of biodiversity to try and tackle climate change. So here we're actually at the right place, and also to try and restore our habitats, because that's where we all depend as people. So all this that we do is for the benefit of the people and planet. But today I have this pleasure and honor to moderate a great panel, and this panel will be talking about catalyzing impact investments for climate action and green business sustainability. As you know, we are currently, there's COP28 happening, and again, businesses are part of the stakeholder group that the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, has identified as a key actor. But in our ecosystem in Uganda, we have startups, we have businesses, we have investors. We have actors, we have activists, we have all these kinds of people, all trying to see that we try and solve one of our greatest challenges in our lifetime, which is tackling the climate crisis. So without wasting time, I would invite the panelists to take up their seats. And I'll start with Hannes van den, who is the director of Rotico Business Builder. He will tell you more about what they do. Thank you. Thank you for coming. If you could appreciate them as they come. Then, secondly, I will invite Philip Mwanika from private sector, who is the private sector support officer at the Global Green Growth Institute. I don't know if Philip is here. Do you have Philip? Okay, Robert Bob Okello, who's the Associate National Coordinator for Youth Startup Academy, Uganda. Welcome. The other one is Ronald Mugaiga, who's the founder and CEO of EcoMark Recyclers. Welcome. Please, let's keep, I know it's after lunch, but I'm going to try and make this very interesting conversation because as you know, businesses of late have a key role to play, and that's what I'm hoping my panel is going to help us, break down and dive down. But I'll start with Hanet, who's on the other side, maybe to tell us more about your organization, who you are, and what you do. Just brief.
Hello, hello. Yes. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation to Einstein Rising. My name is Hannes from Rutical Business Builder. We are a startup studio and working with Ugandan entrepreneurs to build businesses from scratch that are designed to change the food system, to transform the food system to a more regenerative and inclusive system. We do so based on a deep participatory analysis of the food system, identifying key challenges and design opportunities, and then we invest in an intensive long-term business building process. We're now in our first year of activity in Uganda, and we're going to launch a handful of food system shaping businesses next year.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the next would be Robert.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Robert Bob Okello, as I've been introduced, and I serve here as the Associate National Coordinator for the Youth Startup Academy Uganda. I think you've already heard a lot about it. You watched the video, you listened to my colleague Donna. But we are supporting young entrepreneurs in all stages, from ideation all the way to those in growth stage, really helping them to, fine-tune their ideas, find product market fit, but also really prepare them in terms of getting them investor ready. And as my colleague Donna mentioned, our goal is to support about 1,000 Ugandan founders from across the country. So it's a national program running across all the 4 regions of Uganda. And we are very, very happy to be here and, of course, part of this conversation in terms of how we can support more companies, more startups to go green and help them perhaps, access some of these financing mechanisms as well. Thank you.
All right, I'll bring in Ronald.
Yeah, my name is Ronald Mugaiga. I'm an entrepreneur and founder for EcoMark Recyclers. EcoMark, we transform plastic waste in communities into eco-friendly construction materials, and our flagship products are paving blocks and bricks. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll invite Luis as well to the stage so they can balance up some gender, yeah? Yeah. So calling you last was actually a trick, so that I show them this panel is going to be balanced. So I will take. Okay, so I'll start with you, Luis. You're going to first tell us who you are.
Yeah.
What your company does, but also you're going to answer a very simple question. What is your role, what is the role that businesses can play in all what we are trying to do? What is the role that businesses can play?
Okay. So hello everybody, my name is Lois. I am part of the Innovation Village. I'm very, very excited to be an operator in this space. My day-to-day involves working with our startups, helping them to build really strong business concepts and help to take them to market and help them to access finance. I'm really, really passionate about that, and I'm excited to be here today. So on to your question, Derek, about the role of entrepreneurs in in climate action and solving the climate crisis is, number one, they have the responsibility of coming up with solutions. So there's an innovation piece that is there to be solved. There is a huge responsibility of doing a lot of capacity building work and taking the knowledge about how climate can affect the lives of your neighbor, of the entire ecosystem. That responsibility to educate, to raise awareness, and to help the ecosystem to absorb the solutions that are being built by the enterprises in order to bring that social good that we're talking about. It could be economical, environmental, touching all spheres of impact.
I think we have heard from the entrepreneur. Now, since we have heard from the entrepreneur, I need to bring in the investor kind of conversation, So Hannes, let's try to assess, climate financing in Uganda. What is the current status of climate financing? Because now you've heard from the entrepreneur, they have a role to play. But, what is the space looking like for climate financing?
First of all, Rutical is a startup studio. We build businesses together with the founders in residence we are working with. So we are both an investor, a business development organization, and an entrepreneur ourselves, because we have skin in the game, we have interest in the businesses we build doing good. So I'm not only an investor. I think climate finance in Uganda and globally, first of all, there is a growing recognition of the need for climate action, which is a good thing. Might be too little, too late already. I wish I could be more positive. But anyway, I'm happy we are here building solutions and not wasting our time in Dubai. The second, I clearly see this emerging role for a private sector, both in providing capital as well as building the solutions together. Uganda has a very strong ecosystem, an exploding ecosystem, we could say, for business development support. And Rutical started from the observation that many initiatives or many support programs are often short-term, light touch, without skin in the game, and very few innovative businesses are actually coming out. There's a lot of copy-pasting of what the neighbor or the next village is doing. And so Rutical Business Builder is really working on that innovation piece as a way to strengthen the competitive advantage of the businesses we're building. And we're also a long-term, hands-on, and active co-founder with skin in the game and providing access to finance, which is often also missing. My major observation, I think, for climate finance and entrepreneurship in Uganda would be a gap at the beginning of the pipeline. I see there are many entrepreneurs struggling to get to their first birthday, as Robert said in the movie, and to really move past that stage of proof of concept, working towards product market fit and so on. This morning we've seen a lot of debt facilities, loan providers for the later stages, but that initial gap, let's say anything between $0 and $50,000 US, is where I see huge opportunities. I want to salute the Ugandan Climate Innovation Fund, launched last week, who is exactly aiming at that kind of proof of concept, pre-proof of concept even, kind of businesses in northern Uganda.
Sorry, this is technology. I want to add another question to what you're trying to say. So, since you're in this space of financing, what are some of the strategies that have proved to work or that are working to try and mobilize green financing? What are those strategies that you're using?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of business development support, I think Uganda needs more incubators, more accelerators, specifically tailored at building impact and purpose-driven businesses in the climate space. I would say especially in food and agriculture. No? Smallholder farmers are feeding 1/3 of the world, yet are receiving only 0.3% of climate finance. There is a huge gap there to be closed. Smallholder farmers also spend so much time adapting and mitigating to climate change. For instance, a new study found 107 days a year spent in adapting to climate mitigation, to climate change, sorry, by smallholder farmers, up to $838 per year per smallholder farmer. That is a huge amount, and the little funding that goes to supporting smallholder farmers to adapt to climate change is very small compared to those amounts. Some effective things I've seen, those incubators, accelerators, and now up and coming, which is the startup studio model, right? Really a very powerful way of building new businesses designed to tackle those challenges to transform the food system in Rutical's case. Other things I wanted to highlight are, of course, the markets for instance, carbon reduction or carbon credit markets. They are up and coming. They are starting to work. They are already financing important climate-related projects like, let's say, improved cooking stoves, for instance. They're increasingly building on those revenue streams coming for those markets. But we have to avoid looking at carbon only. We should work on biodiversity markets. We should work on markets for building water holding capacity of landscapes. And I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities there.
Okay. I'll bring in Robert here. You come from an organization that is trying to help startups as well. My question again will be simple to you. How does the organization effectively identify and prioritize investment opportunities that try to address climate change and sustainability?
Right, thank you very much for that question. So how do we identify, these companies that perhaps are tackling climate issue? First of all, I must mention that as the Youth Startup Academy Uganda, we are, first of all, sector agnostic, right? So which means that we are accepting companies from all kinds of sectors. We're not really just focusing on a particular sector, which allows us to be able to accommodate a lot more companies than some other programs, right? Now, that said, another key thing about our focus is really on the investor readiness side of things. So if you think about access to finance, not just climate financing in general, there are certain fundamentals that need to be gotten right for any startup that is trying to look for funding, really, before we even go into the specifics of maybe accessing climate finance, right? You need to be solving a real problem. You need to be, having, customers, perhaps figuring out the product market fit, right? This problem that you're solving should demonstrate some aspects of scalability, right? That it can actually grow, right? And so these are the different things that we are looking at for the different businesses that we end up supporting. Now, we understand that access to finance in general, not just climate finance, is very limited, right? Last year, I think all companies in Uganda raised about $70 million. Now, if you look at what our counterparts, this next door in Kenya are raising, this is peanuts, right? But if you think about as well in terms of the finance needed, the climate finance needed for Uganda as a whole, I think, we need close to $4 billion, right? That's the cost for us to be able to address all these climate issues, not just raised by companies, but really a commitment from all partners and all actors in that sense. Now, the cost of inaction is much higher. It could go to maybe about $6 billion if you don't do anything, right? So for us at the Youth Startup Academy, we come back to the fundamentals and to think about really, how do we make the companies that we are supporting more attractive to investors, right, as a fundamental.
And so working on things such as investor readiness is a very strong aspect of this. And of course, by virtue of this, we're able to support companies that are tackling climate issues as well. So I think our contribution when it comes to issues to do with climate change is ensuring that those companies in our portfolio that are addressing some of these pressing climate issues are actually going through the preparations that they need, so that when they begin talking to financiers, whether just generic investors or climate financing and climate investors, they have gotten the basics ready, and they're actually attractive enough to be able to receive those investments. Now, something else that is very essential for us is that to understand, especially from the entrepreneur support organization perspective, is that any investor, whether they're a climate investor or just a normal investor, there is one common denominator, is that at the end of the day, they want a return on that investment, right? And perhaps in the climate space is now to think about how do we maybe expand the lens with which we look at impact, right? Or perhaps the return on that investment. But that is very important to understand, which means that as we work with companies, we want to see that they are investable, whereas they're addressing climate issues, they are actually building real investable businesses as well, that happen to be addressing some of the most pressing climate changes. But they have to be attractive as an investment vehicle. They have to have the basics, that will make them attract that financing done. And I think that is one of the key focuses that we have as the Youth Startup Academy, preparing them to really go and have those meaningful conversations with investors and actually close actual investment deals. Yeah.
That is really amazing. And to talk about being, a startup being ready to access financing. Right. I'll bring in Ronald, because Ronald has a startup, and as a startup, you've been able to mobilize resources. You've been able to look for financing. Yeah. But tell us about your brand story. That's one. And then after, could you tell us some of the challenges, some of those hardships that you've gone through? Because there could be startups here that are really looking to, mobilize financing. So from your story, from your brand story, from you trying to look for, resources to scale up your innovation, your business, how are you, what approaches are you using to first of all get the resources? But also, what are those challenges that you've had to face? Because there are startups here that could be looking for money. That's why they're here. But also, they're facing some challenges. So after you've given us all that, I want you to end with what are some of the solutions and recommendations that you could give to them?
Okay. Yeah. So coming in as a founder, as an entrepreneur, my story goes back to where I come from. So coming up from a marginalized community that has really been affected by, I would say, climate change, that alone gives me an advantage to solve a social impact, because these are challenges that I've faced while growing up. So I have clear knowledge on how we could solve this, as well as help the communities that we come from. So from the beginning as we started, one thing we did is to identify, I would say, accelerators, identify organizations that have boot camps, like the Youth Startup Uganda. So we had to place ourselves in these associations to ensure that we could have enough knowledge on running businesses, because this is something everyone wants. As you're raising funds, everyone needs to see you have a clear business plan. Everyone needs to see you have a clear team, and then having a clear vision and goal, together with the passion, knowing what you're doing and why you're doing it. So from that, we were able to raise a few funds. So with our clear goal, clear vision, raising a few funds, then we are able now to start developing our products, bricks and blocks, that we had now to take to the market. How do you identify there are so many players that could give us funds, but then it's also very important for us as an entrepreneur to understand who should I work with. At the beginning, we are all yearning for cash. At the end, you sign the term sheet and then it overturns for you because the goals of the term sheet are too hard for you to achieve as an entrepreneur. But because you are an early founder or entrepreneur, you never thought about that. You thought about money. So it's also very important for you to identify which kind of people should I work with, which kind of organizations should I work with. Some of the big challenges we all face is competition. You know, in all sectors we are in, climate, it would be agriculture, it would be waste. There are so many other players that are in the field. So competition for these funds is very stiff. And you need to, one of the solutions is you need to strategically position yourself. In the same way, I said, we position ourselves through these prayers. You know, if you're part of the Youth Startup Academy, everyone there would be knowing you. So you get connection to different investors. If you're part of the Innovation Village, so you look out for different ways you could potentially position yourself. The other challenge is long-term. You know, it's very hard to convince investors for them to give you funds looking at long-term goals. I'll give you an example. We recycle plastic, but then at one point an investor asked me, what if a time reaches and the government stops the production of plastic in Uganda? Where would the business go? So it means we stand a chance of closing. So that gives an investor sometimes a big challenge to give you money. So what we do is you always try to look around the communities you're in, what are the pressing challenges, and how can you involve, you know, in anything you're doing. We are doing plastic, but then how can we involve our work we are doing into other sectors to ensure that we are not running in one direction, but then we have chances of still standing on when one path is closed. Yeah. So the other big challenge I would say is connections. Connections, you know. As I was starting up, I always thought I had a passion for my idea, but then I had something, I was so inferior in myself, you know. Most of us fear to move out and talk what we are doing because you think you'll be challenged, or you don't talk about it so much and then people will laugh at you. So if we can always move out into such gatherings, find out for different like-minded people, connecting up with like-minded people, that is always a chance because we always get referrals. You never know who is going to link you to the next investor.
I'll bring in Lois. We'll come back to you for, you know, you are venture design lead. And you know, when you're designing ventures, there's what we call a brand. You know, there's a brand. Brand is huge for investors to come in. You need to have a brand. Let's talk branding for a second. How can ventures brand themselves in trying to tackle climate change in this context? How can we better design ventures that have first turn off. Okay, that could be able to access the financing Hans talked about, that could have the components that Robert and Ronald have talked about. Impact, you know, you need to identify a problem. But then how can they do this? Because we know in our economy, sometimes it's hard. You know, you talked about networking. You don't have networks. You don't know who could get you to Innovation Village, for example,
or to, you know, start up Uganda or to anywhere. So how can they better design all these ventures?
A very interesting question. And I think it will just speak to, it takes a village, right? It takes a village. I don't think there is any one entrepreneur support organization that is able to do all that single-handedly, but I'll speak to what we're trying to do at the Innovation Village, which is trying to build an ecosystem around a startup. So how we position them and our strategy is trying to develop like communities of practice around our startups. So this is something that we're very big and going into this year, is that how can we build solutions where we already have off-takers? And so these off-takers will probably come from the private sector, it will probably come from partnership with VCs and VC studios, it will come from development finance institutions. So it's not only building for the sake of building and churning out numbers, it's how we can work with people like the European Union, UNCDF, in order to build a sustainable community around it. So for example, when we work with corporates, their work is to maybe do call for solutions to solve a specific problem that is happening. And then we approach Development Bank of Uganda maybe and tell them we have this solution that we're working with, so how about coming to provide that much needed patient capital. It's also talking to people like MasterCard Foundation and telling them we have access to this group of innovators that can go to the last mile to develop these solutions. But also I want to emphasize one other thing that we do. We're very keen on training and capacity building. It's how are we going to build the capacity of the off-takers that will help them to off-take the products that are being innovated. Because so many times great innovations get shut down, and I'm sure the entrepreneur here will tell you that simply because the VC is not understanding the role of technology in the solution you're doing, it's very blurry to them. Policymakers are not understanding, okay, so why are we using blockchain for a climate solution? So these are the challenges that we still pose, and a lot needs to be done for industry players to come together and speak to these problems. But basically, that's how we're looking at positioning ourselves.
I hope SMEs are hearing. The money is there. You know, these guys want to invest in something that has impact. And these are some of, they've tried to tell you about what type of ventures, how could they look like? You know, what opportunities are there? What challenges they've gone through? Because you could be in your early, you know, startup days. You even don't know how to go through it. But I'm going to go back to Hans again. What are those factors in you trying to make investment decisions that this is the startup I'm going to invest in, or this is a startup I want to work with? What are those factors that you consider?
Well, as mentioned this morning, I think definitions matter, right? I'm still wondering the whole day what green business means, what sustainability means, no? In my opinion, sustainable is merely sustaining what is. It's not about improving, it's not about regenerating the capacity of our land, of our soil, of our communities, right? We have to regenerate, we don't have to sustain what is. We have to improve what we find, and as a business, leave it better after we leave. So that would be, I guess, my main criteria. Another thing I am often missing in these discussions is the way our businesses are financed, managed, and owned. No? If we look for risk capital, we are inherently pushed to short-term financial returns, which will always take over from long-term community benefits, let's say, or community value being created. And this is a risk I see, a famous example in East Africa, Twiga Foods. No, they started as a very strong, purpose-driven company, and decision after decision, financial round after financial fundraising round, they kind of drifted away from their initial purpose. So how do we finance our companies? How do we structure our companies? How do we structure decision rights in our companies, financial return rights in our companies? This will largely influence whether we are able to build truly regenerative businesses, right? And regeneration is about increasing the life-holding capacity of a system, being your soil, your farm, your landscape, your watershed. No? So a regenerative investment is about increasing the life-holding capacity of that system you are intervening with. That, for me, is a major criteria. And in that regard, I would love to see more regenerative business models and solutions that operate at landscape and watershed level. I think Uganda has a bounty of natural resources, maybe one of the wealthiest countries in the world, if we would look by that standard. And so, but they are degrading quickly, no? They are degrading quickly. And so we need to work together, public authorities, local governments, entrepreneurs, communities, and so forth, to really think of landscape level interventions to improve the water holding and life holding capacity of your communities. I think that would be the most exciting thing I would invest in, probably.
Okay, let me go back to Robert. I know in terms of your work, you also face challenges. What are some of those challenges? Because if we get to know the challenges, then we can start designing solutions. But as well, you're going to tell us the challenges that you've faced trying to scale up some of these green projects that have, But apart from just the problem, how do you also measure impact? Because I'm looking at getting that investment, but then how do you measure impact? How do you tell that, this startup has the impact to reduce our carbon, footprint, has the impact to take us sustainable, like, Onza's try to, describe what sustainability could mean. But, we need to have impact. That's why we're here. It's called Kampala Impact Day. It's impact at the end of the day. So how do you measure impact? And some of the challenges.
No, that's a very good question, really, in terms of how we measure impact. And for us at, at the YSAU, first of all, we are very, very data-driven, right? So you can't change or improve what you can't measure, right? So we are collecting a lot of data and really closely, monitoring the success, perhaps the progress of our companies in the business that we support, right? But impact for us, we are looking at different dimensions. From a very fundamental point is whether, the business itself. I mean, Hannes has mentioned, how we talk about sustainability, right, in terms of business. But first of all, for us, we want to make sure that the business has gotten the basics right, okay? They know their customers, and they're actually actively serving those customers, okay? And, we help them stay on the course of their initial mission of solving the problem that they set out to do in the best possible way, okay? From there, we will begin to look at things like revenue, right? Because for a business, you need to keep the lights on. So if you are not making money, and I think this is very important, especially in our context where, access to some of this financing may not be as straightforward, right? But also, as Hannes has pointed out, there might be some, really fundamental issues with the current way that we fund companies that really later on lead to mission drift, right? So we want to make sure that, fundamentally speaking, these companies are actually, making revenue to begin with, okay? Because a lot of the other aspects of impact will really depend on their ability to, first of all, stay alive as a business and be able to actually serve their customers. But revenue for us is also a proof that customers actually like what you're doing, but most importantly, that you're solving a real problem for them, okay? We have been talking, at the beginning we mentioned, how much climate financing is needed here. It takes money or some resources to make an impact, right? And so really fundamentally looking at where do those resources come from, are those the best fit resources first of all to ensure that we then begin to talk about this impact, right? But we're also looking at things such as the number of jobs created, okay, in a very direct way, okay? Because at the end of the day, if the business is growing and it's employing people, for us from YSAU, we also understand that unemployment is a big problem we're trying to address here. And we see the role of entrepreneurs in addressing the issue of unemployment in this country as very central. And that's why we have embarked on supporting them on that journey, right? So, but specifically, if you think about the companies that are operating within the climate space, or the green businesses, right? We're yet to really fully define what that means. It's also looking in terms of that. If their mission is maybe to, like Donald mentioned here, maybe they want to help us get rid of plastics, right? Or perhaps repurpose this and make sure we're not throwing them out. Okay. So how are they going about to actually, achieve that particular goal, right? So measuring impact in the sense of how they're actually able to do that, in a way that is aligned with their original mission is very essential to us. But when you talk about things like jobs, we talk about green jobs, for example, it's not just a matter of creating jobs, but really about the quality of those jobs. So we are looking for what you'd perhaps refer to as dignified jobs, right? Can people actually, make a decent living from, let's say, the salary or the wage that they're earning from the jobs that our enterprises are creating? That's a very important lens to look at impact. It's not just a number of how many jobs have we created or how many indirect jobs have we created, but how many dignified, decent jobs have we actually created through the support of, or by supporting the companies that we are supporting. So for me, it's a very broad, perhaps spectrum of impact, if you think about it, but really it begins by first of all measuring the important things and making sure that you're tracking the right data to be able to then look back and assess and actually, quantifiably talk about the impact that you're making. Yeah.
Very interesting ideas. Because if you don't track progress, if you don't measure impact, how are you going to create the impact, first of all? If you don't plan with an impact in mind, if you don't do something with a mission, what is the mission of what you're trying to do? And this is where I'm going to bring in Ronald. Just briefly, we have like 5 minutes, and I want to use this for both of you. What is the way forward? Where do we see these innovations that we have in the next 5, 10, 50 years? What is the future of these innovations, and what can we leave this place in our minds, knowing that this is the future? And the same will be for Luis as well. What is the way forward?
Yeah, I think climate change is a really big issue. It's really affecting everyone across, I would say across the world, but specifically Africa is very affected so much. So we need a lot of these innovations to ensure that we could positively live with these changes. So we need innovations in climate adaptation and resilience. We also need, because there are so other issues that we can't solve to finish up, but we can still reduce. So we need more innovations to mitigate as well. So to me, I think with the growth of innovations in Uganda in the next 5 to 10 years, yeah, I think it's really positive, and it's really it's going to be good because there are so many young people, young entrepreneurs who are really coming up with solutions. Yeah.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think we're living in a digital era, thank God. A lot of opportunities for us to innovate. Collaboration has been made so much easier by the use of technology. There's so many entrepreneur support organizations that are coming up in order to mitigate climate effects. And so I think the way forward for me in terms of climate change and what we're trying to do is let's collaborate, let's build together. It literally takes a village, and building, there's a very big interplay of how technology comes in when it comes to entrepreneur support organizations, when it comes to financing institutions, and how we can build and come together and collaborate. Like, for example, at the Innovation Village, we actually have an open call for solutions that are in agri-solar. So if you have an agri-solar solution, happy to work with you. You can follow us on our LinkedIn and see how we can come in and support your solutions. Yeah.
All right. I think you've, let's give them a round of applause, guys. They've tried to break down these hard questions, because trying to solve the climate crisis is some very hard thing to do, but also an opportunity for us. You know, entrepreneurs, you look at opportunity. What is the opportunity at the end of the day? I don't know how much time we're left, like maybe 3. I wanted to just give one person, if you have a burning, like a really burning question. Yes, I don't know if you have someone take up the mic. One, okay, let me take 2. So I'll take 2 people. If you have the microphone, just 2 people. A question should be a question. We have this thing where questions become supplements. If you have a question, it just should be 1 second. Ask your question briefly. So this gentleman, and then that lady will go next.
Thank you. My name is Bewade Gracious. I happen to be a performing artist. I'm a painter and a performing artist. So when I got to know information about environment protection, waste management, and climate change, I said, me as an artist, what can I do? I saw that I could create music, and I could also create art pieces depicting solutions and creating awareness, the sensibility to environmental protection. But you find that these products that I'm able to create, they lack market within the participants or those involved in climate change and environmental protection. Today I have a song, it's called Green and Clean. I've written to so many organizations, not that I want their funds, but I want to work with them to push the agenda of climate change and environmental protection through music and art. But you find that they're always ignoring you. I find like, do they see me as a competitor or good? That's my question. So I'm really wondering, who and where can people like me that create content in that line, we need really to work with those people, but we don't know who. Because they're always hitting us with elbows. Thank you.
Let's have this, the lady last.
Thank you very much. My name is
Brief,
Rita.
okay.
And my question is, okay, what I was really looking forward in this session was to see how there is a sort of collaborative network of climate change initiatives spread across the countries, how that is going to come up, because you find that many startups are supported individually, and so we're not able to see the market in large scale, and yet climate change needs some sort of large-scale support. So I'd like to hear more on that.
But I think she mentioned something about collaboration, because through collaboration that can spread out. The other one I think would be fit for you actually, Luis, who designs these ventures. How could, like the creative arts industry, the musicians, how could they?
So interesting, at the village, we don't only focus on technology solutions, we also focus on creative arts. If you've visited Motive, you'll find people focusing on like art, paintwork, music. Really urge you to plug into our community. We have a vibrant one. There's so many opportunities for you to come record something and so on and so forth. So it's very interesting. And then also for Innovation Village, we're in different locations, east, north, west. So we're really trying to take our solutions far and wide to give accessibility.
Okay. So I think you've seen. One reason why we are here to create impact is to collaborate, because no one can solve the climate crisis alone. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our panelists, and thank you for following this session. Please continue tweeting and sharing more of your experiences, but also network. Thank you.
Yes, I'll ask our panelists to take a picture before they leave. Just squish together and take a picture before you leave. Thank you. Yeah, next up we'll have something from Enable. The Enable representative, please, and then the video.
Are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while continuing. Enable and Private Sector Foundation Uganda are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while contributing to the productivity of your business. Participating companies. Enable and Private Sector Foundation Uganda are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while contributing to the productivity of your business. Participating companies. Enable and Private Sector Foundation Uganda are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while contributing to the productivity of your business. Participating companies. Enable and Private Sector Foundation
European Union, specifically the European Union Development Fund, with 5 million euro, and it's implemented in partnership with the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. It's targeting 1,000 graduates. How? This is what I'm going to share. So the project aims at equipping graduates with adequate skills and attitudes. This really comes in to fill a gap that the private sector has highlighted of not having a skilled labor force. And this program is purely private sector led, really listening to the private sector, understanding their needs, and really training to fit that need. I've had a lot of entrepreneurs here sharing, and this is your program. What are the key elements of this program? It's a partnership with a direct grant to Private Sector Foundation Uganda. It focuses on higher education graduates at university level. We select them through a work readiness e-portal where the private sector selects itself the graduates they would want to take on after the graduates have actually applied through the same portal. So the private sector really, when they have a need, an employment need, they go to the portal and they select a graduate who has also expressed a need to work with any private sector available. So the graduate applies and then the private sector selects. So it kind of matches the two, the one with a need, which is an employment need, and the one with a need to work and fill that employment gap. It has a pre-placement training program for 5 days, which is really intended to prepare the graduate for work. That's why it's called a work readiness program. Then after the training, the graduates are placed with the companies for 6 months. And in the placement, the program makes a contribution to the salary. I'm mentioning salary because it's an employment, it's not an internship. The contribution that the program makes is up to the tune of 80% of the salary of that graduate for the 6 months. Then the company makes a contribution of 20%. After the 6 months implementation, we recognize and we offer a certification to the graduate that has gone through this program because they've been trained, they've been placed, and they've been supported to deliver at the company level. The intention is to hire graduates after the end of the placement. So what companies do is after the 6 months, then they hire the graduates. Remember at the beginning, the companies expressed a need, which was an employment need. So eventually, you hire the graduates. What have we seen? We launched, we mobilized companies, we mobilized graduates, we developed the program, we developed the work readiness program training curriculum, we trained graduates, and we eventually implemented this program. So we even have got a chance of getting graduate feedback on the program itself. We've placed them. They've even been offered employment after 6 months. So in a way, we see a progression on this particular program. We've even got some success stories, and we've got some lessons. We've learned lessons. We've had to change. And His Excellency, the Ambassador, talked about a We Work program, which really would connect, and the lessons we've learned from the Work Readiness program would help us feed into the We Work program and implement it much more better. We've even had a learning event really to factor in components of learning at every stage of implementing this program. So in terms of statistics and figures, we've had about 46% of graduates placed who are females, and then 54% who are males. We've had them placed in 4 sectors. The program targets 4 sectors: construction, ICT and digitalization, manufacturing, the angle of agro-processing, tourism and hospitality, and these are the sectors where we've placed our graduates. So we have those figures, as you see, placing both male and female. Of course, the males have been higher, but the females are also not really trailing below. So it's really a trailblazing program for females, which I would really encourage many of the entrepreneurs here to really take on. So out of the 314 graduates that we have placed in companies, 186 of them have actually been employed. So that is the success that we are proud to share with you this afternoon, but at the same time, encourage you to join the program. Before I encourage you fully, I need to share with you the challenges we have faced. We targeted to take on 1,000 graduates. So far, we've only taken on 460 and placed them. So we have a gap of 600 graduates that we want to take on. On these graduates that we want to take on, this is where I call upon all of you and ask you to partner with us so that you take on these graduates and employ them. Our challenge has been in finding reputable companies that respect decent work conditions. It's important for me to stress that because it's an ideal situation that we're all working towards in this green economy program. We've also had challenges in the recruitment and the selection process. And we've had time lost there because when graduates apply and companies come to select, many times companies have to fit into an employment need. And sometimes the employment need doesn't exist at that particular time when the graduate has applied. So it has to really correlate and be harmonized. So we call on you to participate. Do you have a recruitment need? We have the best employee that you need. Would you like to hire an energetic, a trained, and a graduate with the best attitude? Log on to the program. You'll find one. And they're actually work ready. One of the challenges the private sector is dealing with is having work ready labor force. What makes you eligible, though, are the following. You must be operating in either the construction sector, manufacturing, agro-processing specifically, ICT and digitalization. You must be incorporated and licensed to operate in Uganda. We have a buffer for EU connected, linked, related companies. You must be seeking new employees and therefore able to absorb the graduates that we'll be giving you. You must be able to allocate one of your staff to actually be a coach and a mentor, because it's really a program that helps to build a skill set for the graduates. And we're also encouraging companies that are owned and managed by women. What are your roles if you're a company or an entrepreneur wants to take part in this program? You assign a supervisor, someone to really supervise the graduate. The supervision is embracing the coaching and mentoring and the skilling, because we expect a graduate to have all of that at the end of the 6 months. You should be ready to top up the salary, depending on your salary structure. If you're paying 2 million and above, probably will not make a contribution that is 80%. We only make a standard 600,000. But if you're paying below 2 million, then you will make the contribution of 80% of what you're already paying. And you're able to absorb this employee or this graduate after 6 months of placement. This is the link to the portal. If you're inspired, please log on. We have the graduate that you need. We have the labor force skilled with the right attitude and ready to work that will grow your business, will grow your entrepreneurial entity to its highest. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me this afternoon.
Yes, for some reason the enable video didn't play. Can we have the video play?
Companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while contributing to the productivity of your business. Participating companies, Enable and Private Sector Foundation Uganda are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while contributing to the productivity of your business. Participating companies, Enable and Private Sector Foundation Uganda are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed in companies to learn while contributing to the productivity of your business. Participating companies, Enable and Private Sector Foundation Uganda are looking for companies to participate in a work readiness program. Through the program, recent university graduates are placed.
My name is Kenneth Legacy. I am the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Otis Africa Capital. Otis Africa Capital is an investments firm that is headquartered in Kampala, Uganda, from where we provide blended finance and impact capital for entrepreneurs and businesses in Africa. Our organization chose to sponsor the Kampala Impact Day event because we believe there is a need to showcase social entrepreneurs that are building businesses that address the challenges of people, planet, and the environment. And in addition, we thought it would be a brilliant opportunity for us to meet other like-minded blended finance and impact firms so that we can share experiences and learn from each other. The role Otis Africa Capital is playing on Kampala Impact Day shall be to just talk about and showcase the lessons we've learned and the work we've done in the past 1 year as financiers of social entrepreneurs. But in addition as well, we shall play the role of mobilizing and sharing, spreading the word about Kampala Impact Day to the ecosystem in Uganda and on the continent. SDG 13 is linked to climate action. Our organization supports and promotes social entrepreneurship and climate action by targeting entrepreneurs, especially in the agriculture and transport and logistics space, that are helping reduce post-harvest loss, that are helping provide livelihoods to populations in marginalized parts of Uganda and Africa. The Kampala Impact Day can contribute to bringing more awareness and bringing a focus on certain numbers about social entrepreneurship and climate action policy related to SDG 13. For example, how many entrepreneurs are targeted to and focus on climate action policy or social entrepreneurship? How much capital have they been able to raise to advance their businesses? How many jobs have they been able to create, especially amongst youth and women and disadvantaged populations? And how relevant are their solutions? So Kampala Impact Day is a day to celebrate all these achievements. I will be at Kampala Impact Day. Will you be there? Let us all be there.
As CFO of Otas Africa Capital, we have a store right up there. I hope you had time to go check it out and see the different services that we provide. Yeah. Kenneth has said most of what we do, and I'll just give a brief of why we're here, what we're doing, and we're excited to be part of this ecosystem. At Otas Africa Capital, we're an investments and advisory firm. We started in 2019 and have a team of about 10 people, but we have a combined experience of about at least over 20 years. Yeah. We invest at the early stage, and we invest in businesses that have a technology arm at them. And we've been investing via different vehicles. So we're building a platform to invest in multi-assets. And those different assets, I'll give an example. One of the vehicles we have is a credit vehicle or debt. We do give credit and debt to businesses. We invest via venture. That's equity in shares of companies. And we also do provide technical assistance, business development support services, investment readiness, transaction advisory, and are happy really to be at partner and grow the African ecosystem. So happy with, I've seen Enable and I'm excited. We keep saying youth are really not employed, but we have a platform here that's bringing youth jobs. As soon as you leave university, you have a job that is already available. Yeah? So thank you, Enable, for what you're doing. Thank you for all the partners that are here, for the different things that we're doing to catalyze this sector, but also for the work that each and everyone does. For Ovo, Thierry, thank you for the work. And the people that you brought all the way from Belgium, the people, the friends that you have brought actually to come and be here with us. And that's really, for me, a sign that they want to be part of this, yeah? They are keen, almost more keen than the Ugandan businesses, to see that Ugandan businesses are growing. So we thank you for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you to our friends from Otas Capital. Yeah, up next we shall have one of our final events, a pitching event. A pitching and judging event won't just be pitching. So we'll hear and then the startups will gain valuable feedback from judges. I'm going to invite the judges. If you're a judge, please prepare to come up. First on the list is Laura Taminau from Enable. Laura Taminau from Enable. Nelson Mujisha from Equity Bank. Alice Mwonge from Otas Capital. Please make your way. Alice. Thierry Delfandre from Ovo. Diana Njuguna from Renew. And Sofiane Damani from the EU, please. Judges, please make your way to the stage. Yes, do we have all the judges up here? And for our startups, first off, we'll have Agro Sahas. And you have 5 minutes to pitch.
How do I change the slides? Yeah, because how do I change the slides? Just put this one here. It's so crazy. And how come how judges are seeing the slides? How judges are seeing the slides? They have also said that they are not thought through it. Stick to that. Otherwise, they will not be able to see anything. Slides are behind.
So we've had a bit of oversight. There's no screen to project for the judges. So let's have the judges move to the first row so that they can view. No. Very funny, Donna. Yes. So if the judges can take the front row seats, it makes sense, yeah?
Can I move it?
Yeah, but it might.
Is this working? How does it work? Where does it work?
Just try. We need help with this.
Where is the next? You show me your. Show me your 5 minutes. Show me your 5 minutes. Don't stop me before 5 minutes. I'll finish it before 5 minutes. There is no problem. I'll finish before 5 minutes. Either you show me or start from zero. Maybe you can just show hands when it is 4 minutes or something. Yeah? Can I start? Good evening, all. My name is Sachin. I am representing AgroSAHAS International. So we are AgroSAHAS International. We are kind of becoming world's first organic agriculture app ecosystem, currently driven by and enabled by artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are working with 10,000 farmers in Uganda. We started in 2020 June. We are looking to raise about $750,000. We have already committed about $150,000. Next. So this is Lydia from Lira. She's a smallholder farmer. She, along with other farmers, 82 million farmers in East Africa, are facing the problem of access to knowledge and information. 96% of farmers, along with her, are facing the issue of easy access to finance. And 70% of farmers are facing the issue of quality organic inputs, as given by World Bank. Next. So we are one-stop solution or platform for our farmers. We are end-to-end solution that we first work right from seeds to give them help about how to grow the products, how to efficiently use the products, and then give them the market access to their products. We are also managing farmer pain points right from financing, insurance, logistics. We are helping them at each point of the level so that overall their productivity is increased. And we are both offline and online. You know that in African markets or Africa overall, only 10% of farmers have access to smartphones. So we are present on the ground and we are present online. Next. So global organic agriculture market is about $450 billion. We are certifying all of our farmers EU organic. We are seeing that gross merchandise value from East Africa to Europe at least about $4.5 billion. Biggest example is soybean, sunflower. What we see that it is getting exported to European countries. For us, even if we target about $450 million as net merchandise value through the app ecosystem and offline, we are putting a lot of impact with the farmers. Next. So this is our scalable and sustainable app-enabled ecosystem where we are working with the farmers to provide them wallet services. We are enabling them to access weather, crop, disease, and pest disease detection, price prediction for their crops, which is helping them to automate the data with artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are monetizing where our offline vendor services also, which we are doing previously, like logistics, renting, training, feeds. We are also giving them market access at the end. Next. So when we started in 2020 June, we started as an offline company more into trading. We started training our farmer into organic. We were buying from them soybean, sunflower, maize, doing the primary and secondary processing, supplying that to animal feed companies, poultries, and piggeries, and then processing animal waste from the poultries and piggeries and supplying that back to our farmers, organic farmers. Next. So these are some of the screens from our app where farmer can manage their data, farmer can manage their farming data. They can purchase and rent the inputs. Next. They can also take the pictures of their crops. They can see what could be the pest and disease. They can detect that, and they can get the artificial intelligence analysis report on it. Next. So our revenue model is where we are earning about 20% of commissions from doing the supplying to end product consumer. We are earning about between 5 to 15% commission from the farmer side, which is coming from which is charged to the vendors. We are also looking for charging subscription to our end product consumer about $100 per month for our bigger buyers, and to farmers about $5 per month, only for the AI services. Next. So we are the only end-to-end player with the technology access. We are having agro-processor as our competitors, as well as platforms who are our competitors, but we are the only end-to-end player in this space. Next. Next. I'm finishing. Give me 2 minutes. So since 2020, we are already $2 million in revenue. We have done about 12,000 metric ton of grains processing. We are having a large customer base also in Uganda and Kenya. Next. We are already profitable company doing $2.1 million in revenue, and with the investment, we are looking to reach at least about $47 million in revenue. Next.
Thank you. Time up. In 1 minute, we'll have feedback from one member of the jury, and you will give us your scores thereafter. 5 minutes. Yes. Yes, you're going to get feedback.
Yes,
one
maybe
way.
it's not yet
Just
a
one.
feedback from the jury, but still, one big question is, what is your quest? Because we have to fill in, what is your quest? What are you looking for in terms of financing?
We are looking for $750,000 as I started, and already $150,000 is committed for us. So we are using it for working capital to buy more and more commodities from the farmers, and because we want to expand to Kenya and Tanzania in next few months, so that's why we need it.
Thank you. Now we'll have the scores from each of the judges in real time. Really? Just one. A round of applause for Agro Sahas. It wasn't easy at all. Up next, we shall have Afri Plastric. Afri Plastric. Your name is a tongue twister, sir.
Greenhouse emissions from incinerated waste plastic from landfills, clogged drainages leading to floods in the city, unusable arable land because of filled-up landfills, and death of aquatic life, and by extension, the aqua economy is what our environment is grappling with. Hi, my name is Kenneth, and I want to invite you all on a journey with AfriPlastric that seeks not only to save Mother Earth, but also transform the narrative of what we see as trash into valuable treasure. Next slide. So in Uganda today, it's estimated we are raising over 600 tons of waste plastic per day. Unfortunately, 60% of this ends up in landfills. With a population of 47 million, 25% of whom are urban dwellers and largely use packaging like plastic, growing at 3.2%, it's believed we shall have a population of 89.2 million by 2050. And the raise of waste plastic per person from 0.6 to 4 kilograms per person. Now, this only spells doom, but AfriPlastric wants to be part of the solution. Next slide. We are recycling plastic into market-relevant, long shelf-life use products that include souvenir molds, STEM molds, this is science, technology, and mathematics, and home decor products. Why recycling? So, on average, incinerated waste, each kilogram generates 2.9 kilograms of carbon dioxide, and it takes 89 megajoules to produce 1 kilogram of plastic. So we are offsetting both the carbon and the energy that would have otherwise been used to create virgin products. Starting off at 50 kilograms, we want to grow our capacity to recycle to up to 2 tons per day. Next slide. So globally, according to Statistica, the global total addressable market for souvenir, STEM, and interior design stands at $131 billion. Uganda, having a purchasing parity of 0.6%, accounts for $6.7 billion, and AfriPlastric is targeting 10% of this market. Next slide. So far, we have been able to reach our clients through in-person sales, where we reach out to them, and also at museum stalls, but we intend to scale up to the social media, web search, and tourist magazines to reach a wider audience. Next slide. This is our business model. We charge 60% of profit margins, and we also make and do consultation and products for new products. Next slide. So far, we have been able to pilot in 4 markets and have a product acceptance in these, and have also a customer base of over 200, and have partnerships with Yuri, Afroplast, and Generous Designs. We differentiate ourselves from others because of our product versatility, social impact, and environmental impact. Because of our native presence, we're able to have a better product offering. This is what our cash flow projections look like, and will be cash flow positive even in year 0. We are raising $15,000 as in exchange for equity of 7.5% or debt financing over 36 months, which we shall use to buy injection molds, threaders, and 3D printers to prototype. This is our team, myself. I have over 10 years experience in computer design and see the production from concept to full production. Elizabeth was 12 years experience in banking, and Isaac, who is our lead production engineer, a graduate mechanical engineer. I'd like to invite you all to join us as we reinvent plastic recycling. Thank you.
Your timing is impeccable. We'll have some feedback from any one of our beloved judges.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Yeah.
That was quite precise. My question is, how do you ensure that you maintain sustainable sourcing for your raw materials?
That's just one question. So for starters, what we have already in the partnerships we have, people at the landfills who are collectors and sort and already aggregate. So we have them, and we also have many other companies that are actually doing pebbles. And also, given the fact that we have over 40% that is not collected, the source for this plastic, I shouldn't say is endless, but is quite enormous. And so this will give us a good turn. Also, I should mention, during some 2 exhibitions where we were able to be approached by 2 people, that is Kasese Investment Forum, that showed enormous interest in such a venture, and they call themselves the Ginger Environment Warriors. So they are willing to have a long-time supply for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. I just have 2 questions. Should I go ahead? Okay. So the first one is, I'm trying to understand your product, given that in your slides you had 3 categories. So is it more opportunistic in terms of, so what are you focusing on? Is it souvenirs, molds, decor? And related to that is your projections, year 3, you're projecting you'll be at $60,000 of revenue, which is quite small or conservative. Is it that the market is not that big, or are you just being conservative?
Yeah, thank you. So for the first question, we have 3 flagship products, and each of these has been informed by the market. So for the souvenir molds, because we have been able to approach Uganda Wildlife Authority, which is the zoo, Uganda Museum, and also Entebbe. They informed our first flagship products. So we are getting it at the souvenir molds, STEM products, and the home decor, which have a repeat purchase. And why we're going for small, we want to start out small and grow organically, so that we do not give a wrong projection of what we may not be able to uphold.
A round of applause for Afri Plastic. Next up, we'll have Goldie Coating. Goldie Coating. She's going to give us a gold coating.
tried, but it wasn't going through. Thank you.
Do you want to put it down?
Yeah, a little down, maybe there. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kaiziaki Jeslin. I'm co-founder, Gold Coatings, and managing director, a paint manufacturing company in Kira, Wakiso district. Our customers face a problem of mediocre paint products and services, and this is evidenced in the peeling, choking, and scraping off of paints. And as of this, there's been a rise at the rate of which people are supposed to make their houses. They have to do it yearly, and also there's been increase in the cost of repainting houses. Yet there is an opportunity in the rise and boom in the real estate and urbanization sector. This is in the real estate markets and also urbanization, and also the regional growth is projected to be at 2.8% by year 2028, so we couldn't let this pass, seeing our clients suffer. We add value to the problem by providing eco-friendly products through ensuring cleaner application processes, and this helps to eliminate wastage. We don't have paint that goes to waste, so this saves on the environment as well. We also offer best quality and affordable indigenous products. It is purely boo-boo. We locally source for the raw materials. We directly contact and engage with our clients to manage the price and also counterfeits in the paint products. How paint is got, we locally source for the raw materials, like I said, and these materials include solvents, pigments, polymers, and additives. We incubate them for a period of about 1 week for paint to mature, and after that, our sales, marketing, and distribution team comes into play to take the product to the final consumer. The market size for paint is quite big, like I said. It is from the rise and boom of real estate, and currently we are able to service a total market of $480 million in Uganda, where we are. And the market is quite promising because it is growing at a rate of 3.50 as per Statistica. We have competitors. To me, I don't call them competitors like Plascon. They're people we look up to. They dominate this market. But we have others like Global and Peacock. We are better than them in terms of quality. Customer engagement, like I said, we directly engage with our customers. We locally source, so we are able to bring down the cost of production, which gives us an affordable price. And also our packaging is quite appealing. It will attract any individual client who is passing by a paint store. Our business model, we make money through selling a wide range of paint products from the interiors to the exteriors. And from those, we are able to make a profit margin of 30%. The other model or revenue is the painting service. We offer it as well. And from that, we make 40% profit margin. We sell to individual clients through off-the-shelf. We sell to other businesses through online. We also sell to governments through bidding and direct deliveries. Those are some of the products that we make, like I said, from the interiors to the exteriors, but our premium products are marblestone and paste, from which we are able, I beg your pardon, from which we are able to make 48% profit margin, and our overall average profit margin is 29.78%. We drive our joy from seeing growth in terms of revenues, and this we've achieved over the years. In terms of revenue, Gold Coatings grows at a rate of 89% annually, and we've also seen production growing from the previous 400 liters to 1,000 liters every day per batch, per product.
Gold Coatings is a fully registered business and really compliance. We are registered with all the regulatory bodies from URSB, PPDA, Uganda Investment Authority, mention them all. We've also seen our net profits rising and growing over time. Our roadmap is to have a big and solid brand awareness to become known by each and every household. In 2024, we project to have automated our production processes. We project to have acquired the modern machinery for efficiency, and our production rate to have reached 700,000 liters, that is per batch, per product. We are asking for $53,000 in terms of our debts for automating production processes and procedures, to acquire modern tinting machines, to invest in bulk stock of raw materials to cut on the production costs, also to invest in broad-based marketing and research and development. The team is comprised of competent people. We have entrepreneurs, we have a chemist, and we have sales representatives. Those are some of the sample projects. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Yes, we shall have feedback from one of the judges. Somebody different, preferably.
Yeah, so in your assessment of competition, did you also consider the imported products?
Yes. In the competitors, most of our competitors are importers, and the biggest, they import from Kenya. Kenya is the leading importer. Most Ugandans import from there. And there's really big markets for us who locally manufacture. We stand a better opportunity of becoming good exporters.
A round of applause for Goldie Coatings, ladies and gentlemen. And next up, we'll have L-piece manufacturers. I'll bring them for you. L-piece manufacturers, please.
Hello. Okay. Should I start? All right. Good evening. Muyanja Pasi by names, CEO L-piece Manufacturers. Question I will pose to you: have you, for all of us who sell products, where do you want your brand? Have you thought of your brand in as far as Bududa? Have you thought of your brand as far as ginger, in the minutest place or in the marketplace? Actually, the alternatives that we have currently are the billboards. We have online marketing, but as L-piece, we are bringing a product called the Muyagad, which is a mobile advertising platform. This is an alternative that is very affordable, that gives you a good return on your investment. Please, next slide. This is the problem: static advertisement. Imagine all of you came in here, you have seen billboards. I don't know how many you've seen, but which one do you remember? Now, I'm giving you an alternative which you are going to see everywhere. How do we do this? Next slide. We are leveraging on our usual friend, the border border. Border borders are everywhere in Uganda, Kampala, across, and even actually in Africa. We have created a product which you put on a border border, and it takes your brand wherever you want. It is put on where the customer sits, and it takes your brand wherever you want. Please, next slide. This is a recycled PVC that actually helps to remove. With our projections, we are looking at our cells going up to over 60,000. And remember, with this, as we grow in Uganda, we are expanding to the other East African countries, eventually to Africa. We shall be looking at having close to $4,000 in a range of around 3 years, and a gross profit of close to 200,000 in US dollars. Please. Stopping to advertise to save money is like stopping your watch to save time. Please onboard your products and we advertise for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll have feedback. That was some good timekeeping from you.
A question on your board. How often is your board meeting and how much are they helping you? Your board of directors.
So far in the 4 months that we have been operating, we have met once, for sure. But the board actually doubles as our advisors. These gentlemen, yes, for this step, they more doing our advisory work. Yeah. Thank you.
Just go through your marketing and sales strategy again. I seem to have missed it.
Sorry?
Your marketing and sales strategy.
Marketing and?
Sales strategy.
And sales strategy. Okay, now what happens is we reach out to different companies. For example, the companies that are in here. All these companies want to be known out there. So we come to you, probably take your details. We send you an email of what we are offering, and you will onboard, or you will use us, or we shall. We usually do designs which you approve, and then you order for how many you want. And then the other one, which is the B2C. Currently, borders have a problem with mud and dust on their customers' legs. So this product doubles also as a protection to the customers' feet. So we actually have border sales points, accessory sales point. We actually partner with, so far we have one partner in Entebbe. We partner with them, and borders can actually find them at that place of need. I don't know if I answered it. Okay.
My question is on, you know how there's a perception borders can be quite annoying.
Yep.
Yeah? And you advertising on the border, have you thought about how that could harm your product?
That would be the same questions that I would ask Safe Border. Looking at Safe Border, or looking at borders having a bad image. Why do you work with borders? But you realize that Safe Border has made a very, very great job with borders. And actually we look at partnering with such companies to have organized advertising.
So what are you doing with your own borders?
What are we doing with our own borders? Currently, borders have associations which we liaise with, border associations. Currently, if you ask me to have a meeting with the borders in Nakawa division, I'll make one call to the Nakawa chairman, who will call all the other chairmen to come, and we meet up tomorrow or even tonight. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We'll have Thierry from OVO to introduce our final pitches and why.
Yeah. Now, this is not to influence the jury. Let's be very transparent to the jury. But in fact, we were here for the whole week with the 27 Belgians. We were closed in a meeting room for 3 days, coaching 10 entrepreneurs, going through their business model canvas and going through the SDGs and going to their profile as a real entrepreneur. They've been pitching this morning in a separate room with no public. Okay? So 2 of them have been elected to represent the 8 other ones. So this is a selection of the work that we've been doing the last week. So no more, no less, not to influence the jury, but at least it's a big hello to all of the 10 which participated for the whole week.
Yes, that would be Mtindo and Radesh's, right? Mtindo. And our guests, please don't leave. Make sure you don't leave before you have what we've prepared for you, a cocktail, a networking session that will get us off to a good start for the weekend. Happy hour on Einstein Rising. Yes, so Mtindo, please come up to the stage. We're short for time, or we shall charge you.
Hi everyone, my name is Susan Namirimo and I'm the founder and CEO at Mtindo. We are a social enterprise in northern Uganda, Gulu, that is creating economic opportunities for unemployed youth through the building up of the apparel industry. In my community where I'm coming from, we have the highest levels of unemployment, and the most affected are women, with 60% of working age women in northern Uganda unemployed. This is a huge challenge that is leaving half of the northern population living in extreme poverty and not being able to provide for their basic needs. At the same time, there is a huge demand for local manufacturing, but there is also a lack of skilled tailors to fill the need, with a lot of local businesses coming to the capital city, Kampala, or going to neighboring countries for their manufacturing needs. And a lot of the local population relying on imported goods like from China and Turkey. And our solution is addressing this problem. Our solution is to create employment for women through the building up of the apparel industry. We do that through our hybrid social enterprise that is comprised of a tailoring academy and a tailoring factory. Through our tailoring academy, we are skilling unemployed youth with skills in tailoring, fashion, and design. And we are working with women that are 100% coming from areas of extreme poverty. They've dropped out of school before primary 7. Half of them are mothers, and all of them are coming from very vulnerable backgrounds. We skill them in, we give them skills in tailoring, fashion, and design, but alongside that, we also take them through a life skills and empowerment program where we get them to be ready for the world of work. And when they graduate, they are invited to be part of our tailoring academy where they are manufacturing apparel for local and commercial users. We utilize business to consumer, B2B, and B2B2C sales models. To reach the local consumers, we are having our own outlets, a brick and mortar store, currently one in Gulu, but also selling through other retailers around the country. We have currently 3 resale points in Gulu, and we have 1 in Kampala. We reach the B2B customers like hotels, hospitals, businesses, and schools for their manufacturing needs by having sales representatives that reach out to these businesses and communicate our offering. Our goal over the next 5 years is to create employment for over 1,000 women in our tailoring academy and to directly create employment for at least 300 of these women. And for us to achieve that, we're investing in our sustainability by putting up a permanent location for our production, and we are also building our team. Our goal over the next 5 years is to work with over 1,000 women in our tailoring academy and create direct employment for 500 women in our tailoring factory. We are investing in sustainability by investing in a permanent production facility to house all of our tailors and our academy operations, but also investing in a good team. Currently, who we have on our team is myself. We have someone doing accounting, Esther. We have someone in sales and marketing, production, and with me today is our communications, Kate Nangendo. And we are looking to build our team to scale our production by adding on a production manager, sales representatives, and a couple of other people. In our factory, we have 30 tailors, we have a board of 7 members, and what we are looking for today from OVO is to invest in our market expansion activities. A loan from OVO of 50,000 euros will allow us to expand our reach in different markets by establishing 5 new stores across Uganda. This will ultimately allow us to create 300 jobs in our tailoring factory. Thank you so much. I hope you will join us in our mission to create employment opportunities for women in northern Uganda. Thank you.
Yes, shall we have feedback from our jury? Feedback, questions?
Thanks, Susan. Susan, right? So, wrong, you got funding from High Innovator, right?
Yes.
So take me through, since you see that funding, what has been the in terms of traction? So what did you use that funding for? What were the changes? Where have you seen sales evolve? And how? And then I'll just speak to the 60K euros.
Yes. So at the end of last year, we got funding from High Innovator. This funding allowed us to tap into a new market for B2B. We successfully have worked with over 50 businesses in Gulu. We successfully invited 15 women to join our tailoring factory in this year, and we were able to double our numbers in our factory, actually. So in financial terms, we've been able to grow our revenue this year by over 30% compared to last year. Yes.
I was looking for your financial journey, your gross profit. When do you hope to break even? Let me put it that way.
We hope to break even in 2024. A lot of what we've done in 2022 and 2023 has been validating our model, making sure that we are testing new products, making sure we are introducing new product lines, and ensuring that our business model actually works. So in 2024, we are ready to scale up our operations and scale our market and production activities. Thank you.
Round of applause for Mtindo. Yeah. Finally, and certainly not least, is Rada Shoes. Is Rada Shoes in the house?
As I sat here this afternoon and the kids presented about issues to do with the environment, I remembered that 56% of the shoes we put on in Uganda is plastic shoes. I don't know whether you've ever thought about that, but then 5,000 tons of plastic shoes are disposed of every 6 months. That's not what has brought me here. My plight is on children who walk 7 kilometers every day to reach their school. And by walking, or they are putting on a plastic shoes, they're in extreme coldness or extreme heat, and they get injuries and sometimes diseases. When they reach at their school, they are expected to compete with a fella who is putting on a very good pair of leather rubber shoes, and they are supposed to compete. That kid definitely feels miserable, feels disparate, feels inferior to the other one. As such, these kids lose interest in school. About 57% of them actually miss school, and 44% drop out of school. Ladies and gentlemen, we decided as Radar Shoes that we shall not keep watching these statistics, and we engaged in green manufacturing of pure leather, eco-friendly, durable children's shoes. Our focus is to give children comfort and confidence and safety in order to feel comfortable and be able to compete with their fellows in class. At the end of the day, we know we shall impact school attendance and provide equitable education. Now, we have a big market. When you look at it, 13 million children who go to school, but probably that's not the entire of our market. We are looking at children who pay between 50 and 200 US dollars in terms of school shoes. So we are not looking at the high end, and also, even if we sell this shoe at $5, some children, unfortunately, will not afford it. So we are looking at the low end of the pyramid, those whose parents add about $50 up to $100. So that's about 3.5 million children. Ladies and gentlemen, that's about 38 million in terms of revenue. But guess what? We are just serving 1% of that market, and that keeps us awake every day. Of this, we are competing, but the biggest competition is the imported shoes, which are either plastic or synthetic. But we beat them with affordability, we beat them with being eco-friendly, and we are willing to teach the masses that Radar shoes is the best shoes to go with. We make an average of 40% in gross margin, and we think that this margin is good enough to be able to propel with the competition. Over time, we started making around 23,000 euros in revenue. That is about 2018. This year, we are about to make 67,000 euros, and by the end of 2026, we'll be making around 147 euros. That is organic growth, because we have grown organically over the last 5 years. And as a team, personally, I had to put down my master in business administration to lead this course. And I have a number of graduates who have been at this game for over 4 years, and they have a combined experience of about 20 years. But they have experience, they have designed, they have developed shoes, they have tested them, and they are very certain that this product fulfills the market requirement. Besides, we are being overseen by a board of 5 directors who are very experienced. At the end of the day, we want to move around and see that east, west, and north, a child that goes to school is putting on a pair of Radar shoes. If we achieve this, we'll be able to produce 1,000 pairs of shoes every day, and by that, we'll create over 100 jobs. We'll know that we are replacing over 5,000 tons of plastic. We'll create equitable competition between these well-to-do kids and these downgrade kids. We'll improve their health, and still we shall save the parents a lot of money. You buy one shoe for 3 years. If it doesn't get old, you pass it on instead of buying every 6 months. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just looking for 50,000 euros to invest in a cutting machine, because that's the only missing gap for us to produce 2,000 pairs of shoes and change this school-going children game. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Alan. Thank you for keeping time. I must say, okay, I'm not biased, but being namesakes, I'm happy for you. Yes, feedback from the judges, please.
Just a quick question on the ask. Does that include, sorry, I'm here. Okay. Does that include the cost of bringing the machinery, the training, the working capital? So is this purely for the machinery, or you have factored in the OPEX needed?
Okay, thank you. We've set up a manufacturing system, and normally in manufacturing setting, there will always be a hurdle where everything else is adding up, but then something becomes a problem, and therefore you can't achieve the volumes we are talking about. In shoes manufacturing, we have three main departments: cutting, stitching, and then soling and lasting. So here our problem is on cutting. It is the one hindering us from producing 1,000 pairs of shoes every 8 hours. If we sort that, we'll be able to achieve our dream.
What is your marketing strategy vis-a-vis your specific target customer?
Yeah, I hope I made it clear that we are targeting children whose parents earn $50 to $200. Beyond that, every month, it's not really our target. Those can buy shoes everywhere. But then, to achieve them and make sure that we deliver an affordable product, we are dealing directly with schools. We sign contracts with them. We agree with them, those even to pay on installments, so that at the end of the term, we deliver these shoes in bulk. So one of our core marketing strategies is direct sales. But we are having a discussion. We are developing a prepayment, micro prepayment system, where if we have parents who cannot afford the 40,000 at once, they can be able to deposit 5,000. That's about €1 every 2 months, so that by the time it accumulates and it have cleared 40,000, it means we are able to see it in the system and we courier their shoe. We think that way it will be much more affordable for below the pyramid target. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Alan from Rada Shoes. Up next, we'll have that. Okay.
Mine is not a question, it's just a comment. What you're quite impactful. Yeah. I thought maybe if you have success stories for the kids there, it would improve your pitch.
That is taken in good faith.
Okay, another round of applause for Rada Shoes. Yeah, that interlude clip from Equity is expected, and then the gentleman from Equity Bank as well. Thank you.
Hello, Mutabani, how are you? Mama, I got the job! Conks, my son. Yes, Raka sente kaze. Wow. Mama, I'm sending you money for the sick cow. Just dial *247#, enter your details, and open an Equity account.
Got it. Open an Equity bank account today by simply dialing *247#. Anywhere, anytime, any phone.
*247#.
Equity. Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. $15 million members empowered to harvest, to create, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
You've had your fair share of hurdles, cash flow issues, stock shortages, and the constant chase for working capital. At Equity Bank Uganda, we understand your journey. We introduce you to the Easy Stock Finance product, a mobile phone-operated collateral-free lending solution that allows you to access working capital anytime, anywhere to keep your distribution, agency, or dealership business running smoothly. The process is simple. Visit any of our branches and apply. Upon getting approval from the bank, all you have to do when you need that stock financing is to dial *247#, enter PIN to access the menu. Inside the menu, select your required service, in this case, select Borrow, then select Get Loan, select Ecosystem Loan, then select an anchor, this could be your supplier. After that, you can select the Equity Bank account you'd like the money to be deposited to, then enter the amount. With Easy Stock Finance, you can borrow against your agency float or stock, ensuring your business never stops. It's time to take your business to the next level, experience growth like never before. Join the Easy Stock Finance family today. Give your business the boost it needs. Let's grow together with Equity Bank Uganda. Contact us or visit your nearest Equity Bank branch to get started.
Good evening. My name's Nelson Mugisha. I work with Equity Bank. I intentionally asked the media to put up I'd like to call it the adverts, because it's about my employer, not really about me. Why did we partner with Einstein Rising? As an institution, our purpose is to grow enterprises, is to deal with or help the bottom of the pyramid clients, if I may call them from where I stand as a bank, is to help us get those individuals from where they are to where we want them to be. Of course, the journey is a bit difficult given that we're a profit-oriented organization. So most of the time we can't do it alone. We have to do it through partners. And such events like this give us the opportunity to interact and also understand the needs of various institutions, and then we find ways of synergizing and working with them to ensure that the people at the bottom of the pyramid do not miss out the opportunities that are within the business environment. What this does for us as an institution, as my other colleague presented in the morning, it gives us an opportunity to reach out to environments or areas that every other profit-oriented institution keeps running away from. Where we stand, our target is to have 30% of our loan book in the agriculture space. Those of you who are in agriculture understand, especially in Africa where we still depend on rain and the sun, and not necessarily the improved agricultural practices, that it's a very difficult area to operate. But through partnerships, we've been able to grow our loan book to at least 17%, and our target is to make sure we get it to 30%. So briefly, I would like to say, as Equity Bank, this is an area, or this is a place that would really love to keep playing, and we look forward to supporting every entrepreneur with a couple of products that we have within the bank. Just to talk about one of them, we have what we call a youth loan. This youth loan targets any young person who's doing any business, and that youth loan in particular is at 15% with no collateral, and it's being subsidized by one of our partners, the MasterCard Foundation. We've been able to give out at least 60 billion shillings in the past 3 years, and that can tell you how committed we are in the partnerships and how intentional we want to be when it comes to partnerships to ensure that the bottom of the pyramid, or the young individuals or the young companies, are actually taken care of. Yes, it's unfortunate we do not do startups. However, we partner with various institutions. We've partnered with Motive to see how we influence the growth of these particular startups. So I would like to say congratulations to Einstein Rising and OVO for this very successful event, and we look forward to continuous partnerships with you in the future. Thank you once again.
So I don't know if our judges are done with the scores. In that case, we would have an announcement of the winners tonight. Yeah, so I've been reliably advised that all our finalists should come to the podium, please. All our finalists, startups, please. Rada Shoes, I expect you here. Tiles, gold coating, someone. Our startups, please. Make your way to the stage so that the award ceremony can commence. Yeah, you just keep standing. Yeah.
Someone might collapse.
Agrosahas, if you're in the building, please come to the stage. Okay. Afri Plastic, Goldie Coating, LPs Manufacturers, Mtindo, Rada Shoes.
In Europe, we have Eurosong Festival, and it takes 1 hour and a half for the jury members to come up with a... So I think here we did it quite efficient, and thanks a lot also to Raymond to create an immediate scoring system. So that's a great contribution. Thanks to all of the jury members which have been joining. I thought we would be introducing them one by one. But I think let's move on, okay? Now, all of you are on the rostrum, okay? Because you're all winners. All of you are winners, right? Being an entrepreneur is a journey, is a long journey, okay? And I do have respect for every entrepreneur in the room, and the ones here on the rostrum. Okay, so it's not even a subjective call that we will do, because we had 14 criterions. We had to give a lot of scores very, very quickly, but at the end it becomes a very objective way, because it's just the points, right? It's not one crying, yelling harder than the other one, or pushing for a solution. So I will just mention the top three. One, you step one step forward, okay? But don't kill the other ones, right? Okay? So in number 3, now let me first start with the number 5s. I think it's much nicer, because you all need one by one an applaud. So on the number 5, we have 2 of you. We have Agrochaza. Number 5, where? Okay. And we have Elpis together, right? So on number 4, which was a very, very close call, it is Goldie Coating, right? With Mtindo number 3. Mtindo number 3. And my preferred is ended number 2, Afriplastic. Meaning, Rada shoes, congrats.
to our startups.
So bring your good times.
This is not the end of it. You're going to hear from.
We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now.
Wow.
Let's all
There's a photo
celebrate and have a
opportunity for
good time.
the winner with the jewel.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate.
We are in the
It's
thanking
alright.
business. And like the saying goes, thanking people is the most urgent business of any time to do. Thanking people is the most urgent time you have at doing anything. Next, we'll have awards. My colleague Pius calls them something else, but I believe they are awards to our partners, our beloved sponsors, and some of you who have been part of this whole affair. Pius, please, you are required here now.
Hello. Yes, Mr. DJ, continue with that sound.
Let's celebrate.
Yes, turn it up a little bit. We are in the time of celebration.
A celebration to last.
I need to see the house together.
So bring your good times.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need some vibe in the building. Let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up on our feet, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
We have entered into the awarding ceremony.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time.
I do not hear you.
It's time to come together.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being an awesome audience. Let's take our seats. Yes, that was meant indeed to bring the liveliness out of ourselves so that we can prepare ourselves for this session. First and foremost, my name is Muhumuza Pius Chifiji, and I am the manager of STEP program at Einstein Rising, and also a news anchor at SETV Africa. I am so delighted to be hosting this session tonight. Let's put our hands together for entrepreneurs tonight. I like it when you keep on jubilating together with me, because in a few minutes from now, we shall be recognizing a couple of individuals, sectors, departments, our very own entrepreneurs that have done amazing impact in our social entrepreneurship ecosystem here in Uganda, East Africa, and generally the world. So without wasting any other second, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be recognizing our social entrepreneurs, and that is those entrepreneurs that have been with us at Einstein Rising through our very recent cohort, and that is the Social Enterprise for Africa program. Other people shorten it as SE for Africa.
It's alright.
All right. So, speaking of SE for Africa, we have had a huge number of entrepreneurs that have gone through training, and indeed, you have seen people have been able to pitch here. Most of them have gone through that training, and they are able to pitch, and they have been able to receive some funding, like you see, and we shall continue the jubilation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon and recognize the people who have been behind the SE for Africa training. And those are our mentors, as we call them. I am going to call them on the stage to join me here, and we shall recognize them. They have 1 minute of speech each, and then we shall also recognize our entrepreneurs. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Rachel Luantale. Rachel Luantale is the Business Development Mentor at SE for Africa Einstein Rising. Let's put our hands together for her as she steps on stage.
So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now.
Great, 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 great.
You're
most welcome. Next on stage, we shall welcome Mr. Abdallah Chobe. Mr. Abdallah Chobe is the finance mentor for the SE for Africa program. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Abdallah Chobe.
It's a celebration.
Last but not least, meanwhile, someone with a mobile microphone, please come closer because they have 1 minute of speech, and then we shall proceed with the awarding of certificates. Next on stage, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the program lead or program coordinator for SE for Africa, our very own Dorothy Akampurira.
We're gonna have a good time tonight.
I can't hear you. Where are the clubs?
It's alright, baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate.
Oh yes. Let's waste no time. Someone with a microphone. Yes. Everyone has 1 minute. 1 minute of speech. Please give us a preamble of what SE for Africa is all about. We shall start with the program manager, Ms. Dorothy Akampurira. What is SE for Africa about? And we also would like to know you more. Please.
Thank you so much, Pastor Fiji. My name is Dr. Kampura, and I am the project lead, SE for Africa, call it Social Enterprise for Africa. And basically, this is the flagship program for Einstein Rising. And we basically bring in social entrepreneurs that are impacting the communities where they're operating from. It's an online program, and basically it happens on Zoom. It takes 5 weeks of the training. Thank you so much. I do take this opportunity to congratulate all our entrepreneurs that we've had in the previous cohort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dorothy. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa barakat.
MashaAllah. It actually means I wish you peace, or peace be with you. First, I would like to congratulate all entrepreneurs in this room. Today is your day, and depending on which level you are of operation, I think you've been able to witness where things can go. My last quote is, I think we all know a gentleman called Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo. So those guys are some of the top footballers that we know. But can you believe it that they also have coaches? They also have trainers. So you'd wonder, what are they training them in? So I would urge entrepreneurs that you might have the most brilliant idea out there, you have a very good skill, but at the end of the day, you need someone to help you nurture that skill. Most of the people we've seen here, they've been through such programs, like what we have at Einstein Rising. So trust the incubation hubs, trust those innovation hubs, trust your coaches and mentors, and you will get there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Wantale. I'm always in the background. Most entrepreneurs don't know me. They know my name, but they don't have my face. I like it that way. So regarding business, since today it's about climate, all of us, climate is one thing that unites us as people. It does not discriminate. Whether you're rich or poor, that tree will give you that shade. Whether you're rich or poor, if it rains, it will rain on all of you. So it's something that unites us. That's why in our bootcamp, we encourage all our entrepreneurs to have a sustainability plan, and we instill honesty and integrity. All entrepreneurs, those who are graduating, those who are here, we encourage you to have honesty and integrity. All stakeholders, you must have a sustainability plan and adopt climate-smart solutions because they reduce your operation expenses. This is not the end of the journey. If you're to look at the track record of our entrepreneurs, some of them have gone ahead to run big businesses, and I look forward to walking the journey with you, with Einstein Rising, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, our program mentors and coaches, together with the program lead. We thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the team on the stage. Yes, Mr. DJ, give us a track as they step out of the stage. And then we thank you all. Please, you can take your seats. Thank you. I have been reminded. Indeed, you are mentors. Now I have confirmed you are coaches. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the SE for Africa entrepreneurs that have gone through the very recent cohort. I am going to call them company per company. Please, you only have 1 minute to be on stage for a group photo and awarding of certificates, and then we shall call it a wrap. Starting with Africa Arts Collective. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Africa Arts Collective on stage. They have been successfully able to finalize the very recent cohort for the SE for Africa program. Next is Afriplastic Trek Limited. Please come on stage, real quick. Avikea Health Uganda Limited. Bute Chocolatea. Ecoban Uganda. Eco Women Guarantees for Age. Everland Agritech Limited. God's Mercy Women Development Association. Please come on stage real quick. Hitch and Ride. Lazana Agro Limited. Limito Investment Company. Where are you? I don't hear you. And I can't see you. Plastic Waste Solutions. School Planet. Skills Centrum Renzori. And lastly, we shall welcome Tourism Holding Limited. You can send representatives to receive your certificates. And then thereafter you can wait and pose for a group photo. Let's do that real quick.
She's crazy like food. While my daddy cool. I'm crazy like
on stage. All right. All right. I trust our media team is real on standby to also take some nice photos. Do not forget me, by the way, yeah? I'm also here. All right. Mr. DJ, give us a track that can lead our entrepreneurs together with their mentors down the stage. Thank you all for coming today. Our very last item on this agenda. Our very last item on this agenda is recognizing and awarding of certificates to our Kampala Impact Day sponsors or sponsoring partners. So let me call upon Sheila Karunji, the operations manager at Einstein Rising, together with Karen Kamerat, the OVO lead manager here in Uganda. Let's put our hands together for these two teams. So the two ladies on stage represent the two organizing partners for the Kampala Impact Day. And real quick, let me invite our Donna Sava. Donna Sava. Ladies and gentlemen, Donna Sava is the project lead at Youth Startup Academy, Uganda. She is also representing Hive Collab, Uganda. Hive Collab, where are you? All right, please, the award, please. This award is to recognize all the efforts that Donna Sava, together with Hive Collab, that for all the contribution you have given us towards the Kampala Impact Day. Very strong and amazing, impacting ladies in the building. You can see they're really doing amazing work. Next on stage, let me welcome Mr. Thierry Deflandre, Team Investment at OVO. And OVO is Ondarnimas Vol Ondarnimas. In English, you can call it Entrepreneurs for Entrepreneurs. A representative from OVO can represent Thierry Deflandre, so we can save some time. Let me call upon Lucy, Miss Lucy, if you do not mind, come over and represent Thierry Deflandre. Him being a very busy man, he's up and down. Let's put our hands together for Miss Lucy, a professor at Thomas More College of University in Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't hear the hand claps. Where are you? Lucy is also representing Ondarnimas for Ondarnimas, our organizing partners from Belgium. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for being really good people. I think we can leave the stage. I appreciate. Oh, yes. One more thing. We need to also appreciate our sponsors. And among our sponsors, we start with our major sponsor, and that is the European Union. European Union is the reason why we are here today. And European Union is being represented by Mr. Sofia Dahmani. Yes, Dahmani is the European Union Department of Program European Union, the program manager for the European Union here in Uganda. We appreciate you so much, the European Union. Keep doing what you're doing. It's really amazing. Let me call upon Sustainable Business for Uganda, SB4U. And that is being represented by Dr. Kenneth Kaziba. Dr. Kenneth is the head of research and administration at SB4U. You are most welcome, sir. Let me have the other awards on stage, please, real quick. Let me have on stage. Bring them as they are. Real quick. We are also recognizing the International Trade Center, ITC. ITC. Is there anyone from ITC in Uganda? Mr. John Ndabarasa. From Roba, okay. Oh yeah, we have a representative from ITC. Mr. Roba, he has been on the panel discussion here. Please go with it, go with it, go with it, go with it. Let me call upon Miss Laura from Enable, Uganda. Enable here in Uganda. Do we have a representative from Enable? Next, I call upon Donna Sava again, representing Hive Collab. This award goes to you. It goes to Youth Startup Academy Uganda. We have a financial institution in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together for Equity Bank Uganda. They have made it possible here. Equity Bank. We have Otters Capital. Otters Africa Capital. Otters Africa Capital. I would like to also call upon Mr. Wilbert Ikilai, the Senior Environment Education Officer at NEMA. Is that around? Next, tonight, we had from the Ambassador of Belgium in Uganda. So I would like to call upon a representative from the Embassy of the Belgium in Uganda. Someone from the embassy? Next. Now, this very one, this person is on stage already. It goes to the ambassador of Netherlands in Uganda, and that is Mr. Karin Boven. But we have a representative, Miss Karen Kamerat, the lady from Netherlands, and she's representing the Embassy of Netherlands in Uganda. I think that's all. Dear comrades, I really take this opportunity, thank you all. I take this opportunity to appreciate you all for being awesome people and for making it here at the Kampala Impact Day. Next on stage is the Ecopreneur Awards that is climaxing the Kampala Impact Day. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The man himself, Chibajo Boy, also known as Cyrus Chigundu, will be taking us through the Ecopreneur Awards. So, my dear comrades, together, let's warmly welcome, put our hands together for Chibajo Boy. Chibajo Boy is Mr. Cyrus Chigundu, also seconding as the CEO Chibajo Enterprises Limited.
This is the time.
This is the time.
This is the time.
Indeed,
the most long-awaited segment for the Kampala Impact Day 2023 is
The event is here, and we are climaxing with these awards and also speed networking, so stick around for that. In the meantime, cocktails, drinks are moving around. Please make yourselves comfortable. The awards of Ecopreneur are here, and I give the floor to my colleague, Cyrus Chigundu. I wish you the very best of the day.
Yes, a very big hand clap for Pius Chifiji. Well done for such an extraordinary work. Thank you so much. Everyone in the room, I know you've been waiting for this segment for Kampala Impact Day 2023. Yes, I do feel the vibe. So for people who are upstairs, please try to come this side down. And then for the 5 teams who have been the finalists, please get inside and also in the main hall so that we do this on time. Yes, as Per said, hailing from the Tambara Ginger Farms, this is the Chiwajo boy taking you through the Ecopreneur Awards 2023. The starting was very enthusiastic and very interesting, whereby, guys, we came back to you, we came everywhere you were, and we told you to nominate the most unsung Ugandan plastic recycling champions. And the finalists for the nominations were 5. SSPI Center, Pendeza Shelters, Sepcom Uganda, Urembo Africa Art Gallery, and Edu Plastics. So from there, ladies and gentlemen, we went to the people's vote, And this is the time when we are going to be knowing who are those unsung plastic recycling heroes on the ground across the whole nation. None other than the Power of Africa, Uganda. At this time, let me hope my team is ready. Okay, the media team, do we have the videos? Okay, do we have all the 5 videos? Do we have them?
Africa Art Gallery.
Yes.
Our theme here is turning
Let's all watch the finalists.
Urembo Africa Art Gallery.
Our theme here is turning trash into treasure and beyond. Whatever we pick, we find a way of either turning it into a decorative item or a reusable, functional item. So we make trash cans that can be placed in office. We use bottle tops to make stencils. Then we melt the bottle tops and make chopping boards. We make hooks on the wall. We also make table organizers. We make table coasters.
Subcom Uganda.
Sepcom Uganda focuses, I would say, on plastic waste, the bottles like for water, for soda, among other things. We do kitchen vegetable gardens that are suitable for small space gardening, dustbins suitable for hotels, beautiful environmental decor, both indoor and outdoor. Sepcom employs over 100 women and youth.
Pendeza Shelters.
We deal in collection of plastic waste from the environment. We transform them into eco-friendly building materials, and then we use them to construct houses. We use the community in the collection, then we transform these bottles into eco bricks, and then we use them to construct houses.
SSI Center.
We are a refugee-led organization striving for environmental well-being, but also education. We do recycling, which is waste rescue work, the picking up of the waste plastic bottles and transform the trash into treasure.
Edu Plastic.
Into school learning materials, for example, bags for refugees and the children in the rural villages.
We work with different single mothers and youths in different communities.
Yes. Thank you so much, the media team. I think you've seen from functional products to houses made out of bottles to fashionable products. those amazing 5 finalists we got from your nominations. Yes, I know the heartbeat is starting to increase exponentially, but I have nothing to do apart from taking you through this amazing segment. Ladies and gentlemen, starting from, yes, from the last runners-up, in an ascending order to the winner, the number 5, according to the people's choice, with, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Sheila Kalunji, the operations manager, Einstein Rising, who is going to be recognizing number 4 and number 5 in the Ecopreneur Awards 2023. Thank you so much, Sheila. Yes. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, with the number of votes 305-2, allow me welcome SSPI Center from Nachiva Refugee Settlement as number 5 in this year's Ecopreneur Awards. Yes, but we need more applause. We need more applause in the house. Yes, before, I want to welcome the certificate from the team to the dignitary to award the number 5. Yeah. Allow me to remind you that everything is ongoing online at Einstein Rising, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And at the same time, all the 5 nominees are not only getting the certificates, awards, and the prizes, but they are also having a lot of complementary benefits, including access to SE for Africa Business Development Program, free access without payment, and also they had exhibition slots here, and a lot of mentorship and business support from Einstein Rising and the partners. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, I know the questions are rising. Mathematically asking yourselves, who could be the number 4 in this year's Ecopreneur Awards? Without wasting any time, allow me let you know that with 762 votes across the globe, number 4 in this year's Ecopreneur Awards is none other than Pendeza Shouters. Congratulations. Yes, number 4 and number 5 are getting those complementary benefits. My team, you bring the certificate of yes. Thank you so much. Dignitary from Otters Africa Capital, that's other than Alice, to be in position to award our second runners-up for this year's Ecopreneur Awards. A round of applause. Yes. So just briefly to let you know, before the winner coming in and all the runners-up, so the second runners-up is not only getting a prestigious award, but with a check of 2 million Ugandan shillings to take and develop his or her business. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you can't wait to hear the second runners-up for this year's Ecopreneur Awards. And let me let you know, this is none other than SEPCOM Uganda team! Let me hear the applause! Yes. the award, and then let's have the award and the check for the second runners up. Yes. SEPCOM Uganda. Congratulations. Congratulations. A photo moment, you give them also the check. Yes, the team will also get the check. And we have a photo for such a memorable moment. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, congratulations, SEPCOM and the team at large. We can't wait to see such a milestone inspire your business to grow scale and become a lasting company. Thank you so much, Madam Alice, also, for honoring this moment to award our second runners-up. A closing round of applause to the winner and to Madam Alice. Yes, I know we are, the heartbeat is now tripling, going closer to the winner. Yes, our amazing audience for KID 2023, allow me let you know that we've moved forward now to the second is done, to the first runners-up for the Ecopreneur Awards 2023. Allow me, before informing you who is the second winner this year, to let you know that we are here today because of the partners who have put in the money, not other than the European Union, Sustainable Business for Uganda, Enable, Otters Capital Africa, Collab, and YSAU, and also Eastern Rising, OVO, and Equity Bank Uganda. Thank you so much for putting in the money so that we are here. We hope also to be here in 2024. Going back to the reason why I'm standing before you here is letting you know who is the second winner. And the second winner is going with not only the prestigious award, but with 3 million Ugandan shillings to support their business move to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the heartbeat is already multiplying more than double. The second winner, the first runners-up for this year's Ecopreneur Awards is none other than Urembo Africa Art Gallery. A round of applause from the Urembo team with 3 million Ugandan shillings, access to business development under SE for Africa program, and a lot of more benefits from Einstein Rising and the partners. Before we give out the award from my team, allow me welcome an amazing lady from the Uganda entrepreneurship system. She has done a lot for more than 10 years, none other than the representative from YSAU. Hello. Congratulations. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, going forward to the winner, allow me welcome 2 amazing dignitaries from the European Union and one from YSAU. Put your hands together to welcome Madame Donna Sava on the stage. A big hand clap. Welcome, Madame Donna Sava. We are very happy to have you here with the tremendous efforts you've put into supporting the Ugandan entrepreneurship ecosystem. Yes, at the same time, allow me welcome, yes, I know the dignitary will excuse me not to mention the second name, Mr. Sofian from the European Union. all the way. A big hand clap. These two organizations have been the platinum sponsors for this event. Thank you so much. My team, please would you bring the award and also the check forward as I'm bringing the groundbreaking news for the winner of the year. Yes, the winner is moving home not only with the prestigious awards, but, okay, so, yeah, okay, that's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment everyone has been waiting for, to hear who is the overall winner for the Ecopreneur Awards 2023, not only taking the prestigious awards, but with a sum of UGX 5 million shillings. Yes, that's very energizing, enthusiastically. Allow me let you know that the winner is EduPlastic.
Number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently.
Congratulations.
I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand
Congratulations
up,
once again.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Yes, before our dignitaries move away and the winners, let us have another photo moment together. Allow me to let you know that we had over 3,000 votes across the world. And as I told you, the number 5 had 352 votes. Number 4 had 762 votes. And the second runners-up had 1,087 votes. The first runners-up had 1,126 votes. And the winner had 1,245 votes. Thank you so much, our dignitaries. Thank you so much, our sponsors. Thank you so much, Einstein Rising. Thank you so much, OVO. Thank you so much, European Union and Hive Collab in collaboration with YSAU for funding this and making this possible. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having been an amazing audience since morning up to where we are. Allow me hand over to the professional, but not only professional, but engaging main moderator of the day, that's Ananula, to come and take us to the last segment of this Kampala Impact Day 2023. Names is Chigundu Silas, commonly the Ginger Man, the Chivajo boy from Butambala. Thank you so much. A wonderful day and safe journey back home.
I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count.
What an award ceremony, truly engaging. Thank you, Cyrus Chivajo, the famous Jinga Man. Not Ganja, but Jinga Man. Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous audience. There are cocktails that were back there and something to bite as you go on. And I kid you not, this has been an amazing, amazing event. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. DJ, play your best tune, some Afro beats or something, I think.
It's just who wants it most. It's just life.
Hey guys, I know it's been a great but long day. At this point, I would like to invite you all to mix up, to connect, to network with other people. So all those